Franklin County Board of County Commissioners now in session for this regular meeting Wednesday, October 15th. It's good to see everyone here this morning. We have quite an extensive agenda. Thank you to staff for helping us get it prepared and get it ready. Let's do the people's business. Commissioner Ward, will you lead us in prayer and pledge, please?
Lord, we come to you today to ask for your guidance in how we conduct our county business today, Lord. We pray for our people in our community that just need your healing touch, Lord. People that don't know you, Lord, we pray that you will bring them to you, Lord Jesus. In your holy name we pray. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Morone, is there anything that needs to be added to the agenda before we approve it?
Actually, there will be, Commissioner, a couple of things. One will be, for myself, I will be adding, running manual checks for the clerk's office bed for the SHIP program. The clerk's office did not receive the correct information in time to run the checks today. We've got to get that sorted out, but we do need to get, those 3 replacement mobile homes.
Yes.
We need to get those checks out as soon as possible so they can order them.
Yep.
So, long story short, Commissioner, yes, for me, a manual check. Erin had 2 late items. She's indicated those items on her report. So I don't know if late was like last night, 9:30, I believe. So you may want to call for public comment on those, like you do on my with my requests for manual checks. And Tony Schuler didn't mention anything on his end today, so that's the changes that I am aware about.
Okay. All right. Turn to Schuler.
I'm sorry. One more thing. You were going to bring up adding a wetland
Yes.
update on the Breeze report.
That's what I was just fixing to ask.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's all good.
I wasn't.
I was just fixing to clarify that. So we had discussion at the last meeting about how we handle isolated wetlands versus, is it contiguous or what? There's another name anyway.
Jurisdictional.
Okay, jurisdictional. So I would like to be able to continue that discussion today. So I'd like to also add that to agenda for possible action by the
Possible
board.
action.
Since Ms. Robinson is here, we can have that discussion. Anything else? All right, I'd entertain a motion to approve the agenda as it's been amended.
So moved. Second.
All right, so we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Anderson. That motion's been seconded by Commissioner Croom. Any discussion, Commissioners? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? The amendment has been agended and approved.
Mr. Chairman, if we may, before you move on with the
Yes.
agenda, I want a couple of things for information for everyone, board and public. So by now, most people, they're aware, either by finding out the hard way, but by getting an email that looked like it came from our property appraiser, or in some other way, that that email was hacked. That email account is actually part of the county's, what they call tenant domain, the group, that .gov, we're all under that same .gov. It's quite a few people, and I prefer not to mention them. I don't want to give the hackers any more leads to go after. Ever since that on Monday, they've been constantly trying to hit all of our emails to get into our accounts. Some of you have probably received some strange notifications. Microsoft, what they have basically done is they logged everybody out. Anybody that had a .gov account, that includes all the departments that you're aware of, our team's phone system, everything, everybody was logged out. They increased all the security protocols, and so we're having to log people back in one by one with these new security protocols that Microsoft has put in place. It is a long, detailed, sometimes on the edge of insanity process to do. I've been trying my best to manage my stress level here for the last couple of days, because I've pretty much handled your, your building department, your zoning department, admin, Aaron's group, everybody. I'm handling that end. Today, the phone company that installed our Teams phone, NWN, they started yesterday, on their end going into the system, which they can. They're saying somebody on site today to assist with connecting those phones. So does this affect, yes, because you guys have .com accounts also. So know that I'll be working with you guys here with the next couple of days, trying to get your system cleared and back up and running for your .gov accounts.
All right.
Okay, and so I kind of want the public to understand, commissioners, that they might get a slow response from the county in its different departments, because sometimes the phones are just not working the way it should be as yet until we get this all sorted out.
Yeah, okay,
Okay? Thank you, sir.
yep. Any commissioners have any questions before we proceed, based on what Mr. Mullins presented? All right. So up next, we're approving the minutes and paying the county bills.
So move.
Second.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ward. It's been seconded by Commissioner Sanders. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous. All right, Mr. Morone, for public comment, I only see one that looks like it's a right now public comment. The other ones refer to different parts of the meeting.
Okay.
Is that
wait,
correct?
Yeah, which, yes, you have, one, and that's stapled twice because they sent the email twice. I wanted to make sure there was proof that I printed both times, but that's about the PUD later on.
Right.
The,
Other one's about the wetland stuff. That's gonna be later on.
yes.
And there's only one under public comment.
Yeah, okay, all right,
Okay,
sir.
that's what I wanted to make sure of.
Yes.
You're good? Okay. The speaker that turned one in said they didn't want to speak, so we're good. All right, Ms. Robinson, we're up to you.
All right, so we're going to review a variance request for 612 Mariner Circle. This is a request for approval of up to 3 feet of encroachment into the 10 feet side setback. This is a lessened revised request from the last request you heard for this address in April of 2024. Their last request was for 7 feet 9 inches into the 10-foot side setback, so they have reduced that down to 3. I have prepared findings and a recommendation. I also know the applicant is here, so I don't know if you'd like for them to speak and then I can speak, or however you want me to.
Commissioners, how do you want to handle it? Do you want the applicant to speak first, or what you want to do?
I think we should let them.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Morning.
Thanks again for allowing us the opportunity to state our intent to get into the setback by our home. There are a couple, this is kind of a long timeline, so I'm not even going to get into that. We've been at this a bit, but life happens, and so we had to take a bit of a pause there. But we're happy to be back and have our opportunity to be in front of you. So effectively, this is a small home that's in Alligator Point, and it's been there since 1947. It's well underneath the current minimums for size and things like that for the county. But aside from that, we wanted to try and put an addition on it. To do that for our home, given its location, how long it's been there, all the shoreline, the critical shoreline that's part of our home, has the old oaks on it, the hammock, the old live oaks, maritime oaks. And for Susie and I, my wife Susie and I, we wanted to have an addition, but only at minimal impact to our beautiful oaks behind us. And, you know, our friends on either side of us, our neighbors, are all in violent agreement. We don't want to cut down any more trees than we have to because they are critical to shoreline, but more importantly, it is just part of the natural habitat for this part of Florida. So we wanted to minimize that impact. So our first attempt at this, we had, as Ms. Bree pointed out, a certain number of square footage. At the time, it was 300 square foot total was going to be in the setback. Well, you all tabled that for us and said, hey, go back and sharpen your pencil and work with the staff to see if you could come up with a better solution. So we did that. We hired a person to come and give us some ideas of how we might do that, and then we presented that to the zoning committee folks and worked back and forth a few times. And now we've come up with what this solution is at 63 square feet. So that's a pretty significant reduction. So we went from 342 down to 63 square feet on this. And really, we did that by making it smaller and also pushing back the addition so it wouldn't be as close to the front of the home and to the side. So that gives us that opportunity to put that footprint in at that size. So it does minimize the impact to the environment, the coastal environment, but we also get our chance to make the house just slightly above 1,000 square feet for this addition. So that's where we stand on that. I would like to address some questions. I think you guys probably maybe now recall maybe the original conversation.
Okay. Commissioners, do you have any questions?
I don't at this time, because I'm gonna listen to what Bree's got to say.
Okay.
And everything, that's what it boils down to, is the recommendation, because that was what my motion was at that time, was to allow staff to work with the Oakland Muellers and everything, and it's been a long time coming. I hope we've got a resolve on the problem.
Yes. All right. Mr. Dan, I don't want to say it wrong. How do you pronounce your last name?
Oleg Miller.
Oleg Miller.
Oakland Muellers.
Thank y'all for being here this morning. We're going to listen to Ms. Robinson, and hopefully we can come to a resolution that works for all of us. Ms. Robinson, go ahead.
All right, thank you. I will run through my notes pretty quickly. So this property is within the critical shoreline district, and the proposed addition will not surpass their 20% allocation for lot coverage, so it's not offensive in that manner. Applicant is planning not to change the layout of the home, so there will be no impact to septic. It will remain a 2-bed, 2-bath dwelling. The home is non-conforming to current FEMA standards for elevation. So they are limited to 50% of the building value for the improvements, so they are aware of that. This addition is within their means that they can do to remain in compliance with FEMA. The applicant has reduced their request to the minimum variance that they feel assigns reasonable use to their home. The Franklin County Code standard size for a dwelling is 1,000 square feet of heated and cooled living space. They currently have a little over 750 square feet of heated and cooled living space, so this addition would actually push them over 1,000 square feet for a dwelling, which is more consistent with the county code for a home size, so they could establish that as their reasonable use for their request. They have also supplied an arborist statement regarding the age and ecological significance of the trees. I just wanted to point out the comp plan does have an objection under coastal and conservation that states that the county will support the conservation and protection of native vegetation, ecological communities, fish and wildlife habitat to the extent that the county will prohibit development which can be proved to damage the county's natural resources. I do believe their request falls in line with that. They are hoping to save these trees that they've had an arborist come in and state are possibly over 200 years old. So I do think it's consistent with the comp plan. They've also, the applicant provided a comparable past variance approval that I believe is a basis for their request, not being a special privilege, and their request being a right commonly enjoyed by properties in the same zoning district. Their neighbor next door at 614 Mariner Circle did receive a variance for the same reason, Maritime Oaks in the yard. They were approved a 15-foot variance into the front setback to build an 1,800 square foot home. So I do think that sets a little bit of precedent in this case. So with that in mind, my recommendation is to approve of this variance request due to the ecological significance of the trees and prior instances of the Board of County Commissioners acknowledging that Maritime Oaks can be a special conditions and circumstance recognized as peculiar to the land per the code. While the variance would result in a non-conforming property as to setbacks, it actually brings the home size more into a conforming stance, so I think that's worth noting.
So I just have one question. With it being a non-conforming use, as you have stated here, if a storm damages part of their home, what kind of quandary is that going to put them in?
You mean the original home or this addition?
So let me clarify. Or when you say non-conforming use, are you talking about just the addition or the total structure?
Just the addition.
Okay.
The home itself, I will point out, the home itself does sit a little bit into the front setback. It's not 25 feet off.
Right.
They would be able to repair that, and if they get the variance for this addition, they'd be good to go on that too.
I didn't want it to be, even if it were to be approved, I didn't want to be putting them in a place where it's non-conforming, now they can't rebuild if it gets destroyed.
Absolutely.
That's what I was trying to, okay. Any other questions, Commissioners?
Bree, did you state that they was in compliance with FEMA and our floodplain limitations?
They currently don't meet the elevation requirement for their flood zone. However, FEMA does have allowances where you can add your home, repair your home. You're just limited on the monetary amount you can invest into it. It's 50% of your current building value. I want to say their current is somewhere around 146, so half of that would be their budget for this addition. So they are aware of that, and that's something that the building department keeps close tabs on when it comes to permitting, to make sure they don't cross any lines where they're in the red zone with FEMA.
Any additional questions?
In the 614 Mariner Circle, when was that new construction given a variance? What year?
That was in 2018. I do have the minutes in this packet. I think it's closer to the end.
Okay. So there has been a variance in that area already given that sets the precedent.
Yes, ma'am, and it
Yeah.
mentions the same maritime
That's
oaks.
right. I don't see no problem, in the original, meeting with the planning and zoning voted for it unanimously. So, unless there are any other questions, I'm gonna go ahead and put an approval on this for the Oglemullers, as I call them.
So
I
is
put
that
that extra.
a motion to
Yeah,
approve?
Motion to approve.
Okay.
And I'll second with comment.
All right, we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Sanders. We have a second by Commissioner Ward. Commissioner Ward, go ahead.
I will say that I did go out and look at this residence. It's been a while. I know you guys have been in the process of working on this for quite some time. And there are some beautiful oak trees. And here we are trying to get an ordinance in place where we're not cutting down trees. I feel like it also is going to help their property if a storm does come, because the way that the trees are situated, it's going to help with any potential, hopefully negate any erosion. So,
Yes,
and I appreciate you guys working with staff. That's what I like to see. You know, I like to see the property owner working with staff and staff working to try to come to a resolution, which these individuals have done. So thank y'all for that.
Thank you. And thank you, Ms. Bree. That was an outstanding
Yeah.
summary of all
Any
the work.
additional discussion before we vote? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much.
Thank y'all, Mr. Danny. Y'all have a good day and enjoy your
Thank
new
you.
addition. Thank you.
So we do have someone that's wanting to comment public on this, on what we got coming up with Ms. Bree
Yes.
about the wetland rule change.
I think
Ms.
this.
Elba?
Hey, Miss Elba, would you raise your hand? I think you're the FELSIE one. There you are. Yes, you are. Okay. Okay, she's unmuted, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Elba, please proceed.
Okay, thank you. So I wanted to just address the board on this because it's something that, of course, I'm heavily involved with in Franklin County, helping your residents to navigate the processes. I did want to say I have 34 years of experience with environmental consulting. And I met with Bree last week and we went through the excerpts and the last presentation that she did for the board. And kind of just going through it little by little, it was clear that the references in the comprehensive plan are, they reference old wetland regulations, and the state no longer processes things, and the rules were changed in 2007, but the comprehensive plan did not update at that point, so the regulations don't really fit anymore. Or I shouldn't say maybe regulations, but the policies. The wetland mitigation is also not the same, the way that's treated. It's been probably 25 years since the state has gone with the ratio method, like you have the 2-to-1 wetland mitigation requirement. It's no longer done that way. So it's, when you compare, it's not apples to apples. It does affect the residents. I have several right now whose projects are on hold. I have quite a few others who we did an analysis based on the former policy, and they bought their lots and so on. So I'm just waiting for those phone calls to come in with them, like, asking me what's going on here. So that's pretty much it. I'm available for questions and certainly can assist Bree or meet with her to navigate the regulation updates. Anyway, that's pretty much it.
All right, thank you, Ms. Pepper. All right, Ms. Bree, go ahead.
All right. Yes, thank you, Elva, for your comments. Also, thank you for meeting with me and walking through the comp plan. Where we left off from the last meeting, we kind of started to investigate more of how we got here, and how do we move forward, what changes need to be made. Commissioner Jones and I met with previous staff on how they got to where they landed with their interpretation. And basically, when the county code was enacted and all of this wetland language was inserted into it, the definition of wetlands was different. As Ms. Peppers mentioned, in 2007, the state did change some things. They changed the definition of jurisdictional wetlands, which included isolated, which at that point inadvertently changed the county code because the county code just referenced the state statute. It didn't spell out the language itself. So with that in mind, as I'm going forward and looking at what changes we could make to remedy the issue, it's become apparent that a rather large comp plan amendment is going to be necessary. There's definitions spelled out in the comp plan that still reference jurisdictional wetlands as a whole, which kind of lumps it all in together. And as Ms. Peppers mentioned, there is a lot of language that is not used anymore. It's not current with how DEP handles wetlands. So I think we need to kind of do an overhaul in the comp plan specifically for that,
Right.
which is going to take some time. Which leads me into the situation where a comp plan amendment, especially with Senate Bill 180 kind of looming in the background, could take a serious amount of time, potentially 6 months or more. So we're in a situation where we need a temporary solution or some kind of alleviance for people who are being held up for this. So I've talked with Attorney Schuler, and feel free to interrupt me or make comments. But what I would suggest is a motion from the board to acknowledge that the prior staff interpretation regarding isolated wetlands was based on the Florida statute in effect at that time, which excluded isolated wetlands from the definition of jurisdictional wetlands under the authority of DEP. Following subsequent amendments to the Florida statutes expanding the definition to include all waters, isolated wetlands were unintentionally encompassed within Franklin County's wetlands code and buffer requirements when that was not the original intention of Franklin County's code when it was drafted. So I would request that the board directs me and our current staff to maintain consistency with the prior interpretation and establish precedent recognizing a 0-foot setback for isolated wetlands under the Franklin County Code, at least until we can get our comp plan fully updated, which I know there were some comments and interest in maybe not doing a 0-foot setback for isolated, but maybe a 5 or 10 foot. I think those are things we could workshop and incorporate into a comp plan update and zoning code update. But for the purpose of right now, knowing that we're going to be held up for a while, if I could be directed to follow prior precedent, that would allow me to help some people move forward in their process.
Okay. Attorney Schuler, do you have anything to add?
I think that's a reasonable way to proceed.
Yeah, so that was my question the other day when Ms. Bree and I were talking with past staff is about, okay, I understand what you're saying. Yes.
She must add that these comments.
Okay. Ms. Barber, what do you now?
Thank you, Barbara Sanders, and I'm sorry I can't follow the rules all the time. I didn't know I would have any comments about this variance request, which is what's on the agenda. But the comments of the planner have expanded the agenda item away from these folks' variance requests and into a really broad
That was adopted
policy.
before we started the meeting, Ms. Barber.
And I would have been here at 9 o'clock on the dot if I had known. But that's, to me, the purpose of an agenda, is to alert the public. I knew which item I wanted to address, but I thought the idea of an agenda is to say, Barb, get here at such and such time if you want to address something. So I'm somewhat surprised, having looked at the agenda 2 days ago and looked at reports 2 days ago and made an attempt to be prepared and not slow you down, that this larger policy issue is before the board. So I'm just explaining why I'm commenting on it. I would like to be involved in this process. I don't think you need to be changing your comp plan because of some unwritten, unstated, how we did things for a little while. I think the lady that just spoke is a lady named Elba Pepper. It wasn't announced for the record. And maybe she does have some expertise that can help the county. But there are others in the county who have expertise also. And I would like to be involved in the process if we're going to start changing the comp plan, because I can't figure out what's permitted and what's not permitted. And we don't just need to be on an ad hoc, unwritten basis for making rule changes. That's my comment.
Yeah. So, Ms. Sanders, what is before us today is because our comp plan is outdated. It needs to be changed. Any other discussion, commissioners, or how do you feel about this?
I will say,
Any
Mr. Chairman,
questions?
this isn't a motion, we're just directing staff to look into this, right? I mean, because you're put in a position as our staff, you're on board now, you're fairly new, you're looking at things that, because we've asked you to proceed moving forward, there's times things are gonna have to be changed. I'm not big on changing the comp plan either, however, with changing times, changing Florida statute, changing new rules, SB 18, things that we get from the legislature, we kind of have to go with the times, and we have to kind of give staff the direction to be able to do their job as well. And we don't want to hinder them in any way, and we also don't want to hinder any citizens. I know we want protection, but we also have to be realistic here. So that's just my comment.
Any other discussion or questions, Commissioner?
Could I respond?
Yes, oh yeah,
Comment?
for sure.
Okay. Thank you. So yes, you're correct. I am the new guy kind of coming in here and reading your code for what it is and then interpreting and moving forward. With that in mind, from an administrative standpoint, I can only approve things in office that follow the code or follow direction that I'm given by you as the Board of County Commissioners. So I'm really asking for two things today. One, a motion to acknowledge the prior interpretation and the basis for that. Because I believe at the last meeting, it was kind of like, we didn't know why we came to this interpretation or what happened. Since then, I've learned the statute did change, which inadvertently changed the code. So I am asking for direction from the board to follow the prior interpretation, understanding that was the intent of the code for the short term, but also to be given direction to, yes, start drafting comp plan amendments to update the wetland topic as a whole, because there's so much outdated language in there, and some things that need to be removed and probably some things that we could add. So yeah, so I hope that clears that up.
Mr. Chairman, and I don't want to put you on the spot, Bree, when was our comp plan last amended? Do you know?
I'm not sure about the last time it was amended. I know this language, a lot of it is from 1994.
Pepperidge Farms, remember.
Any other questions?
I got, Mr. Chairman, so what you're looking for is basically a motion from us for you to move forward at what the president's been said as 0% setback on isolated wetlands. Is that correct?
Yes,
On
until we
isolate.
can update the comp plan as a whole, which if we want to make changes to that, we'd do that then, but yes.
Okay, I'll make that motion.
Okay, so we have a motion to approve.
Second.
Motion's been seconded. The motion was made by Commissioner Amison. It's been seconded by Commissioner Croom. Commissioner, I want to make sure and be clear. In your motion, you're also allowing her to start the process of doing the notations to possibly amend our comp plan as well.
Well, that's just direction, correct?
That's what I'm trying to
She
make
doesn't need a
sure.
motion on that.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Okay, that's cool. Thank you for the clarification, Ms. Robinson. All right, any discussion before we vote?
Yes,
Yes.
Warren. So we're gonna direct staff to begin drafting a comprehensive plan amendment, correct?
Yes.
By direction.
Yep.
Mr. Chairman, and I'm just sitting here thinking, if we've got amendments, have you saw other amendments that need to be made to the comp plan, Bree, that you feel like as a planner need to be amended?
Yes,
Probably a lot.
to be frank, the comp plan hasn't went through a major overhaul in a very long time.
Well, maybe we need
So-
to do that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yes. Yeah,
This is
Maybe
the
we need to
beginning.
do that instead of piecemealing it. And that's my problem.
yeah,
I don't have a problem if we've got a problem with this, but the main issue back when the comp plan was done in the 80s, 90s, along there, and since then, with the amendments that has been done, because we had to do it to different ones, has been with the idea of the bay out there and making sure that all the uplands was generating good things for the bay out there.
yes.
And we went through a failure, now we're rebounding back. You know, I feel like instead of piecemealing it, we really need to really sit down and look at it. You know what I mean, Mr.
I
Chairman?
agree with that.
And I think so, and it's gonna take months to do that.
Yes.
It's,
So let's be careful when we vote on a motion that we're not voting on something piecemealing it. When we really need to really look at it.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I'm just concerned about it.
Yeah. Well, I can say this, in talking the other day, with past staff, the process that they went through, Franklin County was completely different back in that time.
It was-
In that, we were an area of critical state concern, we had all other kind of designations. So the process they used actually was not a process where you start with a comp plan and then you build everything else to match that plan. They already had other things approved by the state and language approved by the state, so they used that language and made a comp plan. That's why it addresses things the way it does in some areas, and it seems to be confusing.
And
So, you're right, we probably need to address the whole thing.
I can understand trying to address the situations that we have with some property owners here in Franklin County, that they can't use the property because of a plan on there, and it can't go out, and I appreciate you going to 10, to 5, 10, whatever you gotta go. But it's gonna be an overall adding problem, and it's just gonna mount if we don't go ahead and take care of what we need to go through as far as the comp plan. And I mean, I'm just putting my opinion out there as a commissioner that has saw a lot of amendments come through on the comp plan. And I just would rather be, instead of piecemealing it, let's just have an overall procedure that we
Yes.
do all of it. And why not start now?
Yeah, no, I agree with that. So, Ms. Robinson, I guess what Commissioner Sanders is trying to say, instead of just trying to update language about wetlands, let's go ahead and look at the plan.
okay, if I can, I'll comment on that just a little bit. I do agree, it does need an overhaul. Something that we and I have to take into account is Senate Bill 180. There's probably gonna be things that we would prefer to change that bill will keep us from. So we do have to kind of keep that in mind.
Yeah.
I had wanted to look at the wetland language specifically first, because I do believe that we're trying to make that less burdensome for homeowners, so we might be able to get that through. Also, I would like to point out the timing. If we do tackle the wetland issue, it's possible we have a resolution to that in 6 months. If we go through the comp plan as a whole, if I'm the one doing it, to be blunt, on top of all the other things, it's gonna take a lot longer. So I think we would just need to be prepared for a very long process, and we would probably have to go like element by element kind of thing.
So Bree, you're saying that even with just the wetland part of it that you're wanting to do, it could take up to 6 months?
It could, yes, because I've got to draft the changes, which is going to involve research. I'll probably meet with DEP to make sure we're not doing anything out of line with them. And then the process itself for comp plan amendments is a little timely. Plus, we do want the public to be involved. I've heard Ms. Sanders' comments.
Mr. Sherman, I will say at the last meeting, once again, I'm like, I don't wanna go through that process, but then again, when I read the comp plan, there is a lot, and I thought it was ARPC, I thought were trying to help us out with something
Yes, they
along those
are.
lines.
Yeah.
Yes, so
So-
They were just trying to remove outdated
Outdated
references,
references,
like,
yes.
Department of Natural Resources, that kind of stuff.
yes, that kind
Yeah,
of update.
I do agree that in re-looking over our comp plan, there is a lot of stuff that is outdated. Things have changed. 1994 is the last time it was been updated. It's been a long time ago. So things change, Florida statutes change, rules change. So I'm all about looking at it as a whole and making sure that we're doing the right thing from the county's perspective, and our citizens' perspective. Do we need to change the motion though, or?
No, the motion was about,
The motion's about
It's
what
about
we're
what-
dealing with right now.
Yes.
Brief.
Yep,
The
yes,
comp
Could take
plan's
up to 6
direction.
months.
gotcha.
yep. I'm sorry, hold on just a minute. Any more discussion before we vote?
No, just one real quick. This is for isolated wetlands,
Yes.
this
Only.
motion, only. That way the
Mhm.
public understands that. We're
Mhm.
not giving a setback to the critical shoreline.
No.
All right, that's all I got, Chairman.
Any additional discussion?
I just would say I hear your direction and I can run with it. I don't really think a motion's necessary unless you guys would like to.
Okay. Well, let's handle this motion first, and then we'll proceed and see what the board wants to do. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous. Do y'all want, do we need a motion for what we're discussing with Ms. Robinson about comp plan amendments? Or yes or no?
Yes, if you're going to start the public process for an amendment to the comprehensive plan, whether it's just initially on the wetlands issue, as
Right.
I'm hearing that's a suggestion from the planner. She can
Yes.
correct me publicly if she wants to,
Yes.
that's fine, but that's what I'm hearing, is deal with that
Yes.
issue first, and then the broader issue secondarily, because that will take longer, but obviously that is a policy choice for the
Yeah.
board, whether to follow that recommendation, to deal just with the wetlands issues first, and then the other issues subsequently, but
That was the recommendation she made after
Yes, that's what I'm
Commissioner
hearing.
Sanders, I started to say Attorney Sanders. Commissioner Sanders and I, after our comments, that is what I heard as well.
And that's why I said it, because if we're having these little hiccups
Yeah.
all along, and it's affecting whether our local folks get their home of their dreams or whatever, I believe in developing land as the land allows you to be developed. And that's the way I believe, that's the way I live. So, but that's not the way everybody is. They may have that one little plant on their land that they can't have their house, So, I mean, I see things like that, but at the same time, we are going through a transition here. And if we're gonna go ahead and look at the isolated wetlands, we might as well look at everything else that's dictating our
So we can just do that by direction then, is guess what I'm asking? Or does it need to be a vote?
in order to amend the comp plan, I would recommend a vote to the
That's what I
board,
wanted to know.
because that does jumpstart a statutory process that requires multiple public hearings and public input. And I just think, given the gravity of that undertaking, it should be by motion of the board.
Okay, we've already got that other motion.
We do.
Handled, and that's 5. And I make a motion to direct staff to go look at the comp plan amendments and amending the comp plan and start the process, because it's gonna be a lengthy process.
So you want to do the whole thing, or just what she's asking to do, the issue with the wetlands first?
We're gonna do the wetlands first.
Okay, that's.
Yeah, that's what we
direction
just
she was
voted on just
Okay.
then. And then we'll take, this is my motion to do the actual comp plan itself and go through the public meetings and get information in there, where we've got to go back and make sure that we've got everything tight like it needs to be.
So let me make sure, I'm gonna restate your motion and make sure we got it right. Your motion is to allow Ms. Robinson to go ahead and start looking at our comp plan to address amending the issues with the wetlands first, but we wanna look at the whole plan before we're done.
That's right.
Is what your motion is, okay?
Mr. Chairman, I'm not trying to drag this out, but that's basically piecemealing it, though. Why don't we just
No,
continue to go with the motion, you
So,
moving forward with the same
I'm not
president?
trying to put words in Ms. Robinson's mouth, but I think it's gonna be a big enough deal.
Uh-huh.
She's wanting to handle the immediate need, so we're not having to use, we're updating that first, because that's the issue that's sticking out, is keep people from building homes right now. We've
Okay.
handled that in in the motion we've done.
Yeah, but what I was getting at is the motion prior,
Yes,
just moving forward with president, that already,
that applies.
that takes care of that. Why don't we
Right.
just go ahead and let her tackle the big thing and
It's up to
continue to
y'all.
do the president?
It's up to y'all.
The-
I was just trying to restate what our motion was.
Well, I just didn't wanna have to come in here and handle this one little item at a time, which is basically what that would create.
Okay,
Because this motion, the prior motion that I made should eliminate any kind of bog down with what people can do with their property. And if I'm wrong, please jump in there, Ms. Robinson, and clarify. I mean, let me ask you this, what would make it easier on staff?
To handle the wetlands first.
Okay,
There's a
that's
lot
fine.
of outdated language, even on mitigation, that's not in line with what the state is doing or recommends. And that can't be resolved through our motion to follow staff's prior precedent. So I would like to tackle that issue and then move forward on the full after the fact.
Okay.
Also, if we did move forward with the idea of let's just do the whole thing now, that will encompass all of my time. We won't be able to focus on any other amendments or possible code because that would take precedent.
Okay, and the reason I'm asking is obviously if we go and tackle the wetland issue, we'd have to have public hearings.
Yes.
This, that, then we turn around with the rest of the comp plan and start having a bunch of public hearings. I was just trying to condense it, but whatever is easiest on staff, because I know you guys are limited on, manpower, or in this case, woman power. But anyway, if that's what staff recommends, I'm more than happy to go along. I'm just trying to make sure it's the easiest path for y'all to get it done efficiently and in a, well.
Yeah,
get it done well.
I think there's a misunderstanding here. What we need to do is go ahead and handle what she brought up with the wetlands, and then we'll follow that up by starting the process with the amending of the comp plan to engage the public.
right. That's what I understood your motion was.
That's the way I
To do all of it, but start with the wetlands first.
start with the wetlands first, and then we'll go into
Yes,
the
Ms.
whole
Moore.
comp plan, and not just piecemeal
Yeah.
it. So,
Ms. Barbara?
I appreciate it because it is after the motion. This board has inherited a problem, which is that your staff has not been enforcing your comprehensive plan. Now your new planner is like, well, I got to go by the rules. What do you mean we don't have a 50-foot setback line? At the last commission meeting, Commissioner Amison was saying, well, maybe we need to be more reasonable, like a 10-foot setback line. Those are good policy discussions. But this motion today, in effect, amends your comp plan without going through that meddlesome public process where you can hear the citizens talk about it. I don't know if 0 feet's good. I don't know if 10 feet's good. I'm not a planner. I'm certainly not an oyster man. I don't understand the grasses and the flows and all that. But the ad hoc, let's make a change because it makes it easier for staff or because people have bought property or whatever, you've got to follow the process of amending the comp plan. So, for example, the 2-to-1 mitigation that the lady, Ms. Pepper, referred to as being outdated, it's in the DEP permit for the island marina. So you're moving a little piece without looking at the big chessboard. Yes, these folks who went through the variance process, I guess, had a problem, and they came and they went through the process and people heard it, and now it's for you, and you get to say, yes, we see where this is a hardship and we can fix that for you. But when you start making this gigantic, we're going to go to 0 setback on isolated wetlands, I got the isolated part, why not just say 10 feet today? I mean, why not, if you're going to amend on the fly, make it right for the whole bay, because I'm telling you, there is stuff coming down the road that this is going to come back to bite all of us. And I would ask you to vote against Mr. Amoson's motion, not because I don't understand it. I get it. It's very efficient, and I'm into efficiency. But it's going to open some can of worms that I don't know that you really want to open.
Thank you, Ms. Sanders. We did not have a second to Commissioner Sanders' motion.
I'll second Commissioner Sanders' motion.
And that is,
The amending the comp plan.
yeah,
So,
as a whole.
so we have a motion by Commissioner Sanders, seconded by Commissioner Ward, to begin the process first with the wetlands issue, but we're gonna follow up with a complete comp plan amendment to everything that she might find that needs to be changed. Good luck. Any more discussion before we vote? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
Ms. Robinson, that didn't have anything to do with that motion, but I did pick up on something. So the language in our current comp plan acknowledges the Department of Natural Resources, the Florida Department of Natural Resources.
Some areas do, yeah.
That's 90, was it 90 or 90?
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah,
Oh,
yeah, it's time to look at
Yeah,
that.
there's those kind of languages in there.
I believe that kind of change, there's some years that have passed and names that need to be changed. That's what ARPC is supposed to be updating, just
Yes.
like the basics. When we go through our amendments, we can kind of get into the details, and we'll have to go through it, so it's gonna
Yes.
take some time.
Well, the reason I brought that up is for the public that don't realize this, Department of Natural Resources was dissolved between 88 and 92, I think. It's somewhere in there. I don't know if it was 90, 92 specifically, but that's, we rock, man, I'm getting old. Well, it's time to take a look at
Now
that.
look down this way, you think you get no.
Yeah, it also references, Mr. Chairman, HRS, which is
Yes.
DEP now, right? So that's been outdated for quite some time too,
Yeah.
so.
Well, and my intent on doing this is, I don't want to sit up here and every month we got something else that's kicking us up and saying, oh, we need, this is not being followed. Staff has not in the past 30 years followed it. I mean, it's been an ever-going thing. It's like Ms. Barber said, we've got a lot of big things trying to come into this county. We gotta be at the same time giving the rights to the people that they have, but you don't have no rights until we issue what you can build, I mean, you got property owners' rights, yeah, but you don't have no actual right to anything until you actually get approval for having something built. I mean, that's just the way it is.
Yeah.
I mean, it's true. And so we as a board need to be very vigilant about that, and we need to watch what's coming down the pipe,
Yeah. Ms. Robinson, wrapping up this conversation, hopefully. In our current comp plan, does it reference isolated wetlands?
I don't think it uses the term, it just references wetlands as jurisdictional to the state, which
Right.
now includes.
Right. But it also it references high quality and low quality wetlands, doesn't it? Without definition, just, yeah, so yeah, it needs to be looked at. I agree with that.
high quality and low.
Anything else, Ms. Robinson, for Ms. Robinson from the board?
Nope,
Thank you.
thanks.
All right, Mr. Solomon?
Hey, John.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Lord.
I have 3 action items that were done at the last TDC meeting. The first is on October 8th, the TDC Board voted to recommend approval of $26,278.25 for carpeting and installation in the 2 Sports Parks Arena batting cages, D.W. Wilson and Kendrick Sports Arenas.
So move.
Second.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ward, second by Commissioner Sanders. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous.
All right, also on October 8th, the TDC Board voted to recommend approval of the request from the East Point Fire Department for $29,260.90 for the purpose and installation of a generator at the East Point Firehouse. And this would come out of the LEO first responder infrastructure fund.
So move.
Second.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Sanders, seconded by Commissioner Croom. Any discussion, Commissioners? All in favor?
Uh,
Aye. Any opposed? That's also a 5-0 vote. Mr. Solomon?
All right, and the next is on October 8th, the TDC voted to recommend approval of the request from the Crooked River Lighthouse Association for $24,954 from the Museum Infrastructure Grant Program for multiple improvements to Lighthouse Park, and it's a long list I just included in the packet, so.
So move.
Second.
All right, we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ward. That motion's been seconded by Commissioner Sanders. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's also unanimous.
All right, that was the three action items I had today, sir.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
while we're discussing TDC, should we go ahead and address item 5?
Well, yeah, there's a couple items.
If
I
you
would-
want to do it, do 4 and 5, is that
I was
correct?
gonna say,
Okay.
Attorney Schuler, what a week. Attorney Schuler can address the visitor, contracts, and after that, I will talk, we might as well go ahead and talk about the admin contract while
Okay.
John is here, so he doesn't have to wait. He
All right.
could leave.
Okay. Go ahead, sir.
Jump into the visitor center?
Yes, sir, please.
Okay, let me find it. Okay, items 3 and 4 on the action item portion of my report deal with TDC-related matters. The first is a addendum to the 2K web group called Coastal East Solutions LLC. It changes the fees that are charged for social media management services by that vendor. That addendum is attached to my report. It has already been signed and approved by the president, or excuse me, the managing member of Coastal East Solutions. So I'm requesting board approval of this second addendum and authorization for the chairman to sign that second addendum as well.
So move.
All right, we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ward,
I second.
seconded by Commissioner Amison. Any discussion, Commissioners, or any questions? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's a 5-0 vote.
And then action item number 4 of my report is a first addendum to 4 visitor center contracts that would extend the operations through September 30th, 2026. And then the renewal would be retroactive to October 1st, 2022. Otherwise, the amounts paid and the services provided for the visitor center administrative services remains the same as the original contract, which is also attached to my report. Just board action to approve the addendum and authorize the chairman to sign it.
Pleasure of the board.
So move.
Second.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ward. That motion was seconded by Commissioner Sanders and Commissioner Croom. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous.
All right, Commissioners, that concludes the items on my report regarding the TDC matters.
All right, thank you.
All right, Commissioners,
Rowe?
let me go to my report. Item number 5, the last meeting, Commissioners, I'm on page 12. Item 5, last meeting, the board opened, and the only response to the request for professional executive administrative services for TDC. Spell it around the board, review the packet. Are you ready to interview? The only response to that, which is Mr. Solomon is here representing the chamber.
Since we only have one response, do we need an interview? I guess is a better question.
But wait, that is your choice. Just in case you had questions, you looked at the packet, you had any other questions before you moved on to get clarification, it's your choice.
Okay.
I was just giving you guys that
How does the
opportunity.
board feel about it? What do you want to do?
I had to ask the same question I asked Mr. Morone. I said we only have one applicant. I mean, there's no need in dragging this out.
Yeah.
So, with that being said, I make a motion that we approve.
I'll second.
All right, so we have a motion to approve the contract by Commissioner Amison, seconded by Commissioner Croom. Any additional discussion, Commissioners, or questions? You do have Mr. Solomon in front of you, so you can question him about.
Now's the time to get him. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding, you guys.
As far as questions about what?
About this contract or anything?
No, I've got some other questions,
All right.
but we'll wait.
All right, so seeing no further discussion, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? It's a 5-0 vote. Do you have some other questions before we leave?
Done deal.
Yeah, I wanted to ask about the Maritime Museum, how that, are we ever gonna open that up, John?
Yeah, we're getting to a point of, we've lost cameras again. Michael and I have been working with the camera thing to get the rest of the equipment out there that's been donated by Mr. Ward. And then I have got with an IT specialist here in town to give us a proposal to finish off the video play system in the museum. And as soon as those two things are done, we can open. We're going to need more items and stuff in there, but we can open at that point.
I mean, I've been here for 3 years now.
Mm-hmm.
And you guys have gotten TDC funds plus grants, and we still,
Well, honestly, we hadn't got any of the funds yet, so.
well, I'm just saying,
Yeah.
I mean, good Lord.
Yeah,
You know, I even pitched an idea to Ms. Griffin, maybe we can take an employee from Parks and Recs and make them the person, the curator, to sit out there a couple of days a week to get the park open. I got people calling, because obviously it's in my district, you know, and one of them's name's on the place. And they're like, are y'all ever gonna do anything with this? And besides spend money is what what was actually specifically said to me. And I said, yeah, I mean, it needs to get open.
We are very close, Commissioner Amison, and that's one of the things Mr. Morone and I have discussed. It's like every time we get to a point, was supposed to put the lighthouses out there 2 weeks ago, and then the cameras got hit again. And we can't put them out there until the cameras get in, but they're getting fixed now.
Can I interrupt so that the public, the raw person listening doesn't get the wrong idea? The cameras are recording. I just can't get access to it on my phone.
Yeah.
But they are recording and storing video, so I want to make sure everybody knows that. The problem is, and the tech was here Thursday or Friday. Sent me a video from on the DVR. You saw when the lightning actually hit, and it knocked out the port that allows us to access it through, over the internet. This is, Aaron, close your ears. This is, I'm paying attention anyway. This is the second or third time that this has happened, but this time it happened within the 60 or 90 days, so they're going to replace us for us for free, thank God. But yes.
Is it lightning getting struck?
This is like a third or fourth time.
By lightning?
Lightning.
Is there another area that?
Well, we paid for Cates Electric. They actually put an arrestor within the panel prior to this last hit, so that doesn't work. So before we bring out the new DVR, I got to find another. I got to talk to Mike Cates again and say, okay, is there a sign out there on top of the building, lightning strike here? I don't know. But it happens.
Lightning strike twice happens,
I
evidently,
can show you
and 3
guys.
times.
The video is wild. You just see the flash of light, and then that's it. You lose internet connection from our phone to the box. But it is recording. I want to be very clear about that.
But we're good to go, Commissioner Amison, as far as we have the main part of the museum is going to be people to be able to watch the videos that FCTV did and be able to see the interviews like you even did one for us. And that step, we're having to have a new IT guy give us a proposal, which should be next week, to be able to get that system up and running. Right now, it just plays on all TVs at one time, and you can't comprehend what's going on.
The whole point that I'm getting at is since we went out there and we've done the dock repair, and specifically putting the on-off right there by the boat ramp. You ride by there any morning now, and you've got the parking lot full. Where before, nobody launched there because, I'm 53 and I feel like I'm in pretty good shape outside of being just a little bit overweight, just a tiny bit, but getting on and off that boat, you break your neck. But now, since we've got that there, we have more than, I'd say 10 individuals there at any time, specifically crabbers. And it's cut down on the littering, the vandalism, stuff like that, because there's eyes there constantly. I just feel like if we can get the doors open, get the museum going, it just puts more people out there, and then we don't have to deal with bathrooms getting tore up, and stuff like that. So the quicker we can get those doors open, the better off it would be for us and save us a lot of money.
And it's not a portion of putting somebody in there. It's putting somebody in there and spending money when nothing to see yet, which is coming very soon. So the videos will be the first thing. Even the History Museum in Carabel has assisted us with trying to get memorabilia, if you wanted to say items for the museum. The wards have given us stuff that he wants to make sure we can see those cameras when he puts his stuff in there, which is understandable. And the lighthouses that we had built are ready to be installed. Again, like we know that I had to go out there one Sunday because somebody was vandalizing it. And it's getting everything together. The one thing is the video screens playing where the person operating the center can actually play those videos on the different monitors in succession instead of hitting play and all 12 monitors in the place going off at the same time with a different video.
John,
I understand, but we're talking, like I said, 3 years since I've been here.
It's a process,
time,
yeah.
That's a long process for that little building. It's time we get the ball rolling.
John and Michael, y'all catch me up. Why was it closed?
It was never open.
It was never open.
It was never a museum yet. We've been working on it
Okay,
to turn it in from a fish house to a museum.
gotcha. Because I've been in there once. I don't remember when
Yeah.
I went in there, but I
Yeah.
remember going in there. It's been a while.
I got one more question, and this was brought to my attention yesterday evening. Okay, we've got the motivational speaker coming in. That's what date's that going to be?
November 10th.
November 10th. And just for, how much are we paying this guy
It's $15,000
for an hour?
He's doing it again.
for an hour and a half.
Changing job. That was brought up to my attention, and I was like, look, I will ask, but, you know, just so you know, there's some people that feel like that is not a good way to be spending our TDC money. I'm just letting you know.
Well,
maybe what
again,
they
I'm
could
just
do
the
is-
director
Well,
that,
I agree,
Yeah.
and but just so you know,
Yeah, because.
well, and I
the,
am just the director. The board makes the votes on whether they do it, so.
and I know that, and the big thing about that is I'm trying my best, and you know this because we've had multiple discussions about it. The TDC, or the TDT in particular, is the one tax that does not affect the residents of this county, but it is the one tax that they are most adamantly opposed to. And I'm talking about our residents, our people. And that's the one tax they should be knocking on every one of our doors saying, hey, get it to 5%, because that, especially now that we have, loosened up the restrictions on how we can spend that. And as long as we keep getting these questions, they're gonna have that same mindset, and we're never gonna get that support, because I would love to see that percentage raised to 5%. As a matter of fact, I'll go ahead and tell you now, I'm gonna sit down and talk with Miss Heather, our election supervisor of elections. I'm gonna have a discussion with her and see how we can possibly get it on the ballot for next year to increase that, or to 5% as it is in Gulf County. And I'm gonna talk with you, Attorney Schuler. I apologize. At the time, whenever I spoke with you, I said I had something I wanted to discuss with you. You was dealing with a personal matter. I've been out of town, but that's what it was. I want to see how we can go about getting that on the ballot, and let's see if we can get the community to support this. That way we can get it 5%, and we can start putting that money into our community for our people that's here. If the tourists are going to use our infrastructure and our stuff, we ought to be able to increase that and put more money into it.
Oh, I agree. I mean, just the $1 million we're spending on lighting for the ballparks. It's just a great big difference than what we've been able to do in the past. And then also be able to do the things that other TDCs, like bringing that speaker in, does. It is an important thing, and it does matter. Again, like I said, the director has no vote.
Yeah, and
I understand
We're
that.
just having this discussion now. That way I can discuss it in front of my fellow commissioners, because when I talk to people, and I'm not talking about people that own a business that revolves around tourism, they're the ones that's gonna vote. So if you don't get them behind it, you know,
Well, and that's why I
it's not
mentioned
gonna go anywhere.
the mention of the parks being able to do. As we all know, we're trying to get, sports tourism to these parks, but it affects our residents 99% more than it does any of the other. When we do the lights at the parks, the batting cages we've done, the different things that we're allowed to do now with these sports park arenas. So the money's being used like never before to better the citizens' living here in Franklin County, as well as it affects the tourists too, because they use those facilities as well.
Well, I would say this, and this is just friendly criticism between us. I mean, you go a long way back. I would put more focus moving in, say, to the next year, of making sure that we have a way of letting our community really know what TDC is doing for the people here.
That's why we started that seminar we did back in April, Commissioner Amison, was so they could come. We discussed everything that we do, how we do it, why we do it, what the numbers are in that seminar we did back in April at the Armory. That was the exact point of why we did it, was so they could have the opportunity to do it.
And me and you can talk further about it later, but I mean, every month, budgeted in to run an ad in the newspaper and say, hey, look, this is how much money TDC just spent for you. And this is what we're doing for you, the people here, not people from Georgia, people from Illinois. This is what it's doing for our residents. And maybe by next year, we can get that to where we are with everybody else. Because I still feel like it's ridiculous that Gulf County is at 5%, and I believe Wakulla County is at 4%, and we're sitting here just barely getting at 3%.
They're higher than that.
Anyway, I'm gonna leave that alone. We'll talk later.
Yeah, because we are actually working on a video that has everything that we've spent money on that's infrastructure related in the county. So.
Yeah, but you and me both know our people aren't going to watch your video. I mean, they're not. Go on Facebook. That's the best place. You can catch my mama there every 5 minutes. But I'm just saying, go on Facebook, put it in the newspaper. That's how you're going to get in touch with our people. And it's our people who are going to vote on this. You see where I'm going?
Oh, I understand completely.
Well, I mean, I'm not just trying to tell you, that's not going to get your support from our people. Our people need to see it in black and white through that paper, on social media, and all. You can do 1,000,000 seminars, and you and me both know none of them's going to be there. I can't even get them to come to a workshop for oysters. You know, so just and I don't mind. Let's have that discussion. Let's I'll pitch some ideas, and let's try to get as much support moving forward, because I am going to have that discussion, like I said, and see if we can get that on the ballot.
I think the discussion is a very good thing to have, Commissioner Amison, because when we get to that fifth penny, our Parks and Rec can be completely funded with what we're bringing in.
Exactly.
I'll say this about what Commissioner Amos was talking about advertising. That's not a bad idea, letting the public know where the money's being spent. Like you said, I will say this about the speaker. I do personally know that's not cheap. The engagements now is anywhere between 10,000 and 20,000 for motivational speaker. So that's all I got to say about that at this time.
Anyone else? All right, Mrs. Holman, thank you.
Y'all have a good day.
Yep. All right, let's take a 5-minute recess, and then we'll come back and open some bids, correct? Franklin County Board of County Commissioners now back in session. Ms. Aaron, we have some bids to open today? Or what are we doing?
Okay.
Or we,
Yep.
okay.
The first bid responses open today are for the Annex Courtroom renovation project. The scope includes demolition of the existing walls, doors, ramps, casework, and carpet flooring in the courtroom, as well as removal and storage of existing seating for later reinstallation. New work includes construction of the wood frame platforms with plywood and oak trim, new ramps, wall partitions with gypsum board and sound attenuation insulation, and installation of solid surface countertops with oak wood tops and trim. Electrical work includes updates to receptacles, outlets, and related power provisions as indicated in the electrical plan. And carpet installation will be provided in designated areas with transition strips and vinyl nosing as specified. All materials and finishes, including carpet, vinyl nosing, and pony wall braces, all based on the design standards provided. And after opening these bids, the board action will be to release the bids to architect Doug Schuler of BFBS Architects for his review and recommendation. However, we only received one bid on this project, so we may also see, if he deems that to be competitive or not, and we may need to re-advertise it if it's suggested by him.
Good.
So the first bidder is Pillar Perfect Construction LLC of Carabel, Florida. And the bid is $60,892.67. Again, $60,892.67.
And where were they located at?
Carabel.
Aaron, that total one more time, or that quote, I'm sorry,
Oh, yes.
that bid amount?
$60,892.67. And that is Pillar Perfect Construction out of Carabel. And she did, she did include actually the check instead of the actual bid bond. Let's see, and with that being said, we did have about 6 contractors that attended the mandatory pre-bid meeting, so I am surprised that we only received one.
Yeah, that's weird.
So, Ms. Aaron, when you have that discussion with, who actually gonna turn this over to? I'm sorry.
Doug Schuler with
Okay.
BFBS Architects.
Okay, so when you have that conversation with Mr. Schuler, make sure that he's aware that we did have a lot of people attend, but not everybody turned one in.
Yes.
So there's no guarantee, even if we had 7 or 8 attend again, that we're gonna have
Yes.
more than one turn in again.
Correct. Correct.
So just have that
Okay.
conversation with him. If you would.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion to release this to Mr. Schuler with BFBS Architects.
All right, so we have a motion to approve sending this for review
Second.
by Commissioner Ward. It's been seconded by Commissioner Croom. Ms. Aaron, is bid bond applicable to this?
It is, but she included a check, which is actually, that is allowed by our
Okay.
policy of
Okay.
5%.
All right, any other discussion before we vote on proceeding? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's 5-0. All right, Ms. Aaron, let's talk about roads.
Okay. Right, let's see, the second bid responses open today are for the 2025 County Road Resurfacing Project. The project includes reclaiming and resurfacing in the East Point area approximately .263 miles of Schuler Street and State Street, resurfacing approximately .227 miles of Begonia Street, resurfacing approximately .107 miles of 7th Street, resurfacing approximately .136 miles of 8th Street, reclaiming and resurfacing approximately .190 miles of Cypress Lane, reclaiming and resurfacing approximately .326 miles of Bear Creek Road located in East Point, reclaiming and resurfacing in the Carabel area approximately .141 miles of Beacon Street, reclaiming and resurfacing approximately 1.63 miles of Frank McCamey Way, and the replacing and pavement patchwork in Apalachicola of an existing pipe at the intersection of 15th Street and Avenue M. Bids will be awarded on the lowest base bid, but not all roadway segments included in the bid may be awarded due to budgetary constraints. Board action to release the bids to the County Engineers Dewberry and Associates for their review and recommendation upon conclusion of this bid opening. The first bid that we're opening today is from North Florida Asphalt Incorporated from Tallahassee, Florida. Again, North Florida Asphalt Incorporated from Tallahassee, Florida. Total base bid, all roads, $893,992. Again, $893,992. Bid bond is included. Okay, the second bid we're opening is Pygott Asphalt and Site Work LLC. Again, Pygott Asphalt and Site Work LLC from Crawfordville, Florida. Total base bid, all roads, $940,491.79. $940,491.79. Bid bond is included. Okay, this next one is Roberts and Roberts Incorporated in Panama City, Florida. Again, Roberts and Roberts Incorporated in Panama City, Florida. Total base bid, all roads, $727,272.19. $727,272.19. Bid bond is included. Okay, the next bid is from American Sand and Excavation Incorporated, doing business as American Sand and Asphalt Paving, located in Lynn Haven, Florida. Yeah. Again, American Sand and Excavation, DBA American Sand and Asphalt Paving from Lynn Haven. Total base bid, all roads, $926,177.45. Again, $926,177.45. Oh, yes. Bid bond is included. This next one is from Gulf Coast Utility Contractors LLC, located in Panama City, Florida. Again, Gulf Coast Utility Contractors LLC from Panama City, Florida. Total base bid, all roads, $1,282,600. $1,282,600. Okay, okay, yep, this is, actually electronic original bond cover page, so yes, it was included. And this next one is North Florida Construction Incorporated, located in Clarksville, Florida. Again, North Florida Construction Incorporated, located in Clarksville, Florida. And that is $808,742.76. $808,742.76. Bid bond is included. And this last one is from C.W. Roberts Contracting Incorporated, located in Tallahassee, Florida. C.W. Roberts Contracting Incorporated, Tallahassee, Florida. Total base bid, $1,471,985.40. Total base bid for all roads, $1,471,985.40. Bid bond is included.
All right. Ms. Aaron, question. Because I know we have a bunch of different roads here. We did this as a whole as far as bidding.
Correct.
If we're not able to do each and every road, do those bids have broke out what each road would be?
They do. Yep,
Okay.
yep, there's about, actually 3 pages, that are
Okay.
actually itemized by each
Okay.
roadway segment. So,
All
yep,
right.
and actually the different various commissioners' districts in which
Yes.
the road segments fell into, you know, I'll actually update you all with your road paving balance, and you can let us know, you know, basically after Dewberry reviews and makes a
Yes.
recommendation to award, which roadway segments that we wanna pursue.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chairman. I was gonna ask the same question. I wasn't sure how that was gonna work, but, with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion to release these, quotes to Dewberry.
Okay, so we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ward, second by Commissioner Amison. Any additional discussion, Commissioners? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous. All right, Ms. Griffin,
All
we're
right.
on to your report.
Okay, Commissioners, well, I did have 4 action items and 2 are late add items, so, that depends if you all want to discuss the first 2, which were already scheduled, and on my report, and then the 2 late adds, we will need to call for public comment.
Okay, so given that the first one is about the TDC Maritime Museum that we've already been talking about, let's just do that individually since they're broken out the way they are.
Okay, gotcha. Let's see, the TDC's Maritime Museum grant extension attaches a contract amendment from the Division of Historic Resources for the TDC's Maritime Museum grant. This amendment extends the grant project completion deadline to December 31st, 2025. This extension, although all work has already been completed and was completed by June 30th, this extension will allow for sufficient time for the Division of Historical Resources to review the project components and tasks as completed to finish the closeout and reimbursement process. Board action to approve and authorize the chairman to sign the attached grant extension amendment.
All right, any discussion or any questions? Pleasure of the board.
So moved.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Amison,
Second.
second by Commissioner Croom. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous.
All right, Commissioners, next action item, the Triumph Hayman Aviation Academy at the Airport Grant Award Agreement. At the Triumph Gulf Coast Public Meeting scheduled for October 22nd, 2025, the attached grant award agreement will be presented for approval. The attached agreement will fund $250,000 in building renovations to Hangar 5 at the Apalachicola Regional Airport to ready the location to serve as a satellite campus of Tom P. Haney Technical College for the Aviation Mechanic Certification Program. The grant will require a $15,000 cash contribution towards the renovations from the airport fund and requires issuance of at least 25 net new FAA training certificates earned by certified students who are residents or military stationed in the 8 disproportionately affected counties, which include Bay, Escambia, Franklin, Gulf, Okaloosa, Santa Rosa, Walton, and Wakulla counties. Planned renovations to the building include the construction of classroom walls, parking improvements, security gate installation, paint, sheetrock repairs, AC repairs, signage, and floor coverings. And I do want to say that Steve Kirschenbaum and George Wilkerson and the entire AOED board, as well as Commissioner Amison, you know, it has definitely been an effort on that side as far as getting this grant approved. So kudos to them, and board action to approve and authorize the chairman to sign the attached grant award agreement with terms and conditions once approved by Triumph. And usually I would wait and actually bring this for approval after the Triumph board meeting, but I know that They are itching to get started on that project, so we don't want to have any further delays, having to wait for the first meeting in November for that to be accepted.
Pleasure of the board.
So moved.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Crew,
Second.
second by Commissioner Ward. Any discussion? I do have one question, Ms. Aaron. The issuance of the training certificates, what's the time frame for that?
I believe it's a 5-year period.
Okay.
It is.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure I didn't know. And do we know how long it normally would take somebody to go through the program, Commissioner? Has that been discussed?
It probably has. If you want to go on, know the truth. I've been too busy, shaking hands and,
It's all good. I just was wondering, you know what I'm saying, just to.
Yeah. From what I understand, Triumph said that they were very conservative with,
Yes.
with the requirements.
Okay.
So they felt like
That's good.
it would be easy for the county to meet the metrics for the 25 certifications.
Well, the fact that they added military stationed in these counties probably is gonna help, I would imagine. It really is. All right, any additional discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to take a moment to tell y'all thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the motion, thank you for the second, thank you for the vote. It was not me. It was George, Steve, and Haney did all the work. I just was there to push it across the line with
Yeah.
Triumph, and it was they're the ones that deserve all that credit, so.
Yeah. Thank you, Commissioner. It still takes effort on behalf of this commission, and thank you for being willing to do that. All right, Ms. Aaron, number 3 was a late ad.
It was.
Actually, before we do these two, there's a late ad for the St. George Island multi-use path construction contract and the Otter Slide and Avenue A design services contract. I'll call for public comment before we start these items. Was
May I
there a
say
late
something?
ad?
And to my fault, I wasn't able to print the late ads on time for the public, so you might want to at least let her read them.
Okay, that's
And then
fine.
ask for, usually that's how we do it.
I didn't recognize that. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Ms.
that's,
Aaron.
that's
Go ahead
on
and
me,
read them first.
that's on me. sir.
Okay. Let's see, item number 3, SGI multi-use path construction contract. At the September 16th meeting, the board opened bids for the SGI multi-use path project. The bids were released to Dewberry Engineers for their review and recommendation. The low bid, $195,375 from North Florida Construction, has been deemed to be complete, and the engineers recommend issuance of the notice of award. A notice to proceed will be issued by FDEP to the county upon their review of the contract documents. Board action to sign the notice of award and the construction contract documents once available.
Okay, so is there any public comment on this item? It was a late ad. Anyone in the room? What about attending via Zoom, Mr. Morrow?
Anyone online attending via Zoom would like to comment on this late ad item to Aaron's report? Indicate by raising your hand. No hands raised, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Pleasure of the board, or any discussion?
So move.
Okay, we have a motion to approve.
Oh, I thought you were waiting on discussion.
Either one, I said either one.
I
So, did you-
say Commissioner Ward.
All right, so we have a motion to approve, and we have a second. The motion was by Commissioner Ward, a second by Commissioner Amison. Any discussion before we vote?
You see that bead of sweat coming down Aaron's forehead?
I was like, oh gosh,
That was a long
nobody
pause.
likes the bike path.
It was only about 10 seconds, Aaron, but it felt longer, didn't it? All right, seeing no more discussion, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous.
All right, Commissioners, next late ad board action item is the LAP Otter Slide and Avenue A Design Services Contract. At the August 6th meeting, the board accepted the ranking results for the LAP Otter Slide and Avenue A Sidewalk Design Project. Planner Bree Robinson has completed contract negotiations with the highest ranked firm and the lengthy negotiations review process with FDOT for the federally funded LAP project. The grant award will fund approximately $46,000 of the attached $46,035.70 fee estimate. Any overage will be paid by the district's available paving funds. The county's notice to proceed will not be issued by FDOT until all contract documents have passed the final review by the department. And in both action item number 3 and 4, they are coming through the state granting agencies, but both projects have been, are actually federally funded, so that's why they're moving forward a little slower than our standard state
Okay.
grant award agreements, because there's an additional review process.
Okay.
Board action to approve and authorize the chairman to sign the attached contract with Dewberry Engineers.
Okay, this was also a late add item. Is there anyone in the room that wants to comment publicly on this? What about digitally, Mr. Morrow?
Anyone attending virtually via Zoom, would like to comment on this item, please indicate by raising your hands. No hands raised, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Pleasure of the board.
Mr. Chairman, I've got a question.
Yes.
Aaron, I know this is lengthy, but I was surprised that they were looking at October 2027, but I was under the understanding that that was gonna be paid for in full by the grant. So you're saying if they run out of money, then it's gonna have to come out of my paving funds?
Actually, when they did the intensive man-hour estimate, which is something that's required for the federal projects, they came up with $46,035.70. So right now it would be $35.70, but they are saying that they will adhere to the 46,000, but the department wanted to make sure that if it was $35.70 over, that the county would agree to cover it.
Okay,
So
that's what I was wanting to know, is what price we talking about here, because I mean, we're just talking about paving a bunch of roads, and
yeah.
I don't wanna get the sidewalk going, and they say, well, you owe us money, and I've got
Yeah.
like $2.
Yeah,
Which
yeah.
I wouldn't do that, but I'm just saying, with that, Chairman, I'll make a motion to approve.
Okay, we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ward,
Second.
second by Commissioner Amison. Any discussion?
I've got some discussion.
Yes,
We've been
ma'am.
having a lot of that here lately on our grants and stuff. I'm looking at 27,000 up on Highway 67 because of something a previous company done or the company coming in doing. And where's the money coming from? Our paving funds. We don't have that many paving funds to begin with. It's gonna be either the engineer is not doing what they're supposed to be, or the contractors on both sides. That's about the piecemealing of the roads that I have and that we all have. Where the state of Florida, Department of Transportation, does the phases. That's what happened. Now I'm looking at a $27,000 cost overrun because to get the line straight on the road. Well, who cares about the lines on the road? They just want a good road to drive down. Because the roads are bad. That 67 was bad. And it's an evacuation route. So I concur with Commissioner Ward on that. We need to make sure that's not taken out of our paving funds, and that somewhere along the line, somebody fixes the problems that we're having with these bids and stuff. I don't know whether it's the engineer or the company, but
And
I know
actually,
I'm having a problem.
it does seem like FDOT has less funds available than they used
I mean, it's
to.
not
And-
right.
and that-
As
and I-
far as for, funding change orders and such, in the last few years, that has.
And
it
Mr.
does seem
Chairman,
like that's the
I
way.
call.
We had a lot of problems with Walnut Creek up there. Same thing, money taken out of District 2 paving. It's not right.
I mean, I appreciate them wanting to fund these things, because that was my first thing as a commissioner, was I want a sidewalk for the kids and for the adults that, want to commute to Rumen Park and ride their bikes or walk, but if we're getting to the point where we're having to pay for it, what's the point in getting a grant? I mean, I know they're paying for the bulk, some's better than nothing, but I don't, again, want a half-butt job either. If you're gonna do it, do it. What's the point in getting a sidewalk or applying for a sidewalk and getting a grant and it just going halfway to the destination that I asked for it to go with in the beginning? We went through all these staff, everybody went through the processes of workshops and making sure that we had the miles of how much we wanted, and anyway, it's just frustrating. But
it's
that goes all the way back to the legislature. When people, and I explained this to somebody the other day and they didn't realize, when you go to that gas pump and you pay money for fuel, it goes to the state and it goes back to the individual city or county government that you pay for that gas in. That's why I know it's more expensive sometimes locally to get gas, but that benefits us for our roads. But that's the problem with the legislature too, is just like with the TDC tax, everything's going up. They need to increase that, in my opinion. And I know we talked about the whole realm of electric vehicles. How's that gonna, anyway, I'm getting into the weeds. But my point is if they're gonna offer a grant, I feel like they should honor what they're gonna do, because you know FDOT's got the money, you know they do. I'm sorry, I'm just gonna say that.
Well, I know that, just adding to what you're saying, I don't know that I haven't heard if there's gonna be a reintroduction of the Rural Renaissance Bill this year, or if they're gonna break it off into separate, bills. But I do know that bill had in it a lot more money specified for rural areas
Yeah, it did.
that currently it doesn't seem like we have access to. So, I will say
You're
that.
right on that, Mr. Chairman. That's Senator Simon.
And I want to echo what Commissioner Ward, I think, the point she was trying to make is, I don't think state legislators had followed much of the inflation whenever they were giving this
Yeah.
out, and that's where it's really come around and
Yeah.
bit us. But if you'll notice, it's went down quite a bit, though. I mean, it's
Yeah.
not as bad, but
Yeah.
it's still way over what we're doing.
All right. So any more discussion before we vote, or do we have anything to vote on?
Motion
Catch
and
me up.
second.
No, we haven't voted.
Motion and
Yeah,
second.
okay. Want to make sure I was right, sir.
Yes, sir.
All right. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That passes 5-0. So hopefully we'll get that sidewalk working, Commissioner.
Mr. Chairman, I do have a question, though. We're talking about
Yes.
sidewalks, and I was gonna kinda ask Michael under Michael's report on this, but I do have a question. When these sidewalks get built, for example, in Carabel, along Highway 98, I got contacted the other day about it kind of having some overgrowth on it. How do we know who to contact to, mitigate the overgrowth and the foliage or the dirt? 'Cause I've got pictures, and it's almost like the path's covered by grass, where it's just kind of slowly growing over the path. Is that specific, like, for example, Otterside Avenue A, that sidewalk, I guess, would be county, right?
Yeah, that would be our sidewalk. Now, as far as if it's located within the city limits of Carabel,
That's
I
their-
believe it would be their jurisdiction.
Okay, so it wouldn't be FDOT, because that's my whole point, is like, we get these nice paths, how do they stay maintained, you know? Because people enjoy those, if they're overgrown with grass or got roots underneath and need, you know,
I'll ask Benny about the ones on 98, and
Okay.
see what Weber says, if that's their responsibility
Okay.
or not.
all right.
Yeah, and the county road department actually will periodically go along and actually mow the sides of the roads, you know, like the Bay Shore paths, in East Point or along Bluff Road.
Okay, that's all I need to know, thanks. I just need to know who to contact, and I don't mind contacting Benny, I don't
Okay.
have a problem with that.
Ms. Aaron, anything else?
Just miscellaneous project updates. The Apalachicola Health Department siding has been replaced. The exterior painting and gutter installation will begin this week. Lanark EMS, and actually, when that project is 100% completed, I will provide before and after photos for you all, just to see the difference it's made in that building. Lanark EMS, interior finishing and sheetrock's in progress. Restore SGI Stormwater project in progress. Work is still focusing on the retention pond areas at the center of the island in order to be ready for FDOT's resurfacing of Franklin Boulevard. Restore countywide dune restoration project. Dune construction at Carabel Beach Park and St. George Island's Lighthouse Park is currently out to bid. There's a 45-day solicitation period required by Restore. Bids will be opened at the first meeting in November. The Fort Coombs Armory Convention Center renovation project is quickly moving forward. The old restrooms have been demolished and roof replacement is in progress. The SGI multi-use path, I moved that above, ignore that one. Kendrick Sports Arena pickleball courts, they are now open for play. Signage has been ordered and sod was placed last week. FERDAP Island View Park project, the playground equipment has been installed this past week. The permit applications have been submitted for the potable water supply, for the modular restrooms, the pavilion area is in design, and the FDEP permit application has been submitted for the primitive kayak launch. And the Triumph First Responder Communications System upgrade, we did hold the kickoff meeting with the consultants actually yesterday.
Okay. All right, sounds good, Ms. Aaron. Anyone have any questions for Ms. Aaron?
I do.
Go ahead.
Aaron, how did the kickoff meeting go?
It went well. Yeah, we had a pretty fair number of volunteer fire departments in attendance. And it actually put a name to the face where now the consultants can actually go out and visit them on site. The consultants are still in town, and I know that they're meeting with the sheriff's department this morning to actually look at dispatch. So it is going well, and they're actually looking for possible tower site locations.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I have
Yes.
a question for you on, the Armory, because I've gotten this. Do we have a time frame? I know you probably put that out there, but I
Yeah.
couldn't answer it the other day, and
Oh, yes, actually, final completion, I believe, was by March 17th from the last calendar that they gave us.
Just in time for prom.
And I do have one comment, though. I was at Kendrick Park, or Kendrick Sports Arena yesterday, and the pickleball court looked great. It looks great.
They are having a fantastic time out there too.
But I just wanted to make a comment on it. It is a beautiful thing to see progress. And again, that was to your TDC money. So everybody needs to support it.
I do want to ask a question too, Ms. Aaron. That if we don't know, I'm fine not knowing, I just want to find out. So I know that we're utilizing, D.W. Wilson over in Appalachia for youth soccer. But I thought we, a couple of years ago, set aside an area to make soccer fields. But they got them playing in the outfields of all the football, or the baseball fields. And the only problem with that is sprinklers come on in the middle of it the other day when some of the kids were playing because they're on the timer. So, I mean, they don't have a separate place to play soccer.
I was there.
Okay. I was too.
Mr. Chairman, to answer that, out there, there's not lighting
Okay,
on those, you know, the one that comes around the graveyard there that goes to Gibson,
Yes.
that big area there, there's not any lighting. I believe in the past that, it was, approached about getting lighting
Yes.
out there, and some of the residents around there was opposed to it.
yeah,
And then you have that one portion that goes back towards, on Powell River Road, that
Right.
goes back towards, the 98 side. That was always been dedicated for the smaller groups,
Yep.
the smaller children, I should say. Again, there's no lighting there. We're about to be in a daylight savings time adjustment, so they've just stuck with the fields because they will have lighting,
so,
For
let me
that.
ask a crazy question. Why do we need lighting for soccer?
because the games are at night.
Yeah, the afternoon games, trust me, been there, done that. They get
Yeah.
dark really quick.
So that's what I'm
Oh,
saying,
okay.
it's
I
about
was
to-
there at 11 o'clock in the morning the other day.
But that's
Yeah.
day of ball. Most of
Oh,
the games are in the
okay.
evening.
Yeah, all of our
Okay.
games are at 6
That I
o'clock.
didn't know.
Okay.
Okay,
Well, now,
So-
Musco's gonna take care of that when you get your lighting in.
Well, that's
over there.
just around the fields that we have now.
Oh,
We don't
okay.
have that, allotted into,
so that's
anything.
not gonna be addressed with what we're doing.
We're just replacing what lights we have now out there.
Okay, I just thought I'd ask. I wasn't
No,
trying to
I
make it
agree,
a.
'cause I've sat there and sat out there many a day and thought, you know, it would be so much nicer if we had that space that's dedicated for it.
Yeah.
But that would be a fight for another day, I should say, but.
Well, with the Musco lighting, I don't think it's a fight because it doesn't light up there, it lights up.
Oh, I know,
there.
and that's the great thing about it. Once we get this lighting in place,
Yeah.
then that's when I'm gonna start trying to push to
Yeah.
get that other area lit up, because I believe the residents will see that it's a better fit for the area.
Yes.
And there won't be such a big pushback
Right.
moving forward.
You can
Okay.
see it from miles away.
And another thing too, I believe with the
Damn.
Musco lighting, by it being, you know, obviously, more up to par with standards today, it wouldn't be hard to do an add-on later down the road. I believe I'm not sure what the correct term is for that, but it would be an easy add-on, so to speak, so.
Okay,
That's what I was looking at Kendrick Park, because you're gonna have to have some lighting over there around the pickleball courts, because the folks are there to play it, they like to play at night and morning, whatever. So that's what I was talking to Aaron about, having an add-on light over there with Musco that we've got out there.
Yeah.
Because that lighting is so far superior than anything that you could even think of.
Well, it
And
just, it takes so much off of our staff, our parks and recs, because at Wilson, especially during baseball season, you have, you know, the timers go out. I've got people calling me saying, hey, the lights was on all night. It's wasting tax dollars, and I agree. But, you know, with this, you know, you can go to your phone, turn it off, and I'm jealous. But I can't wait to get some Musco in my life, because if you don't vote for me, I'm gonna turn the lights out.
That's the best thing.
No, all kidding aside, though, that's just something that I've already thought about as far as the soccer field area, but I believe it's one of those you gotta let them see it
okay,
to believe it, and I
Yep.
believe that it'll be an easy sale down the road for the
Okay.
community.
all right, sounds good. Attorney Schuler, we did have a scheduled public hearing.
Yes, sir.
You gonna move to that next on the agenda?
Yeah,
Then
we
we'll
need
come
to.
back to Mr. Morone.
Yes, sir, we need to do that.
Okay,
May I proceed?
I'm good. Commissioners, do y'all need any kind of break or recess before we start?
I'm good.
All right, go ahead, sir.
Okay. All right, Commissioners, this is a public hearing to consider the adoption of a county ordinance that is entitled as follows. An ordinance of Franklin County, Florida, providing for property safety and maintenance, including provisions related to dilapidated structures, junk, lot mowing, nuisance abatement, establishing supplemental notice and hearing procedures, abatement by the county, emergency situations, appeals, providing for code enforcement costs and distribution of code enforcement fines, severability, repeal of conflicts, and an effective date. One thing to bring to the board's attention that I think will need to be changed in the ordinance, although I thought I had dealt with it sufficiently in the definitions section. We don't use, there are several references throughout the ordinance to Code Enforcement Board and Nuisance Abatement Board. We do not use either board. We have a special magistrate. I thought I had dealt with that sufficiently in the definitions section, but I would propose to the board that you authorize me, if you would approve this ordinance, to change within the body of the ordinance, delete all references to Code Enforcement Board and Nuisance Abatement Board and substitute that for the special magistrate, because that is the process that you chose to use when you adopted ordinance 22-10, which was to use a special magistrate as opposed to a board. And you do not have a nuisance abatement board at all. But with that reading of the caption and that explanation for the changes I'm proposing to the ordinance, does the board have any questions for me? If not, it would be appropriate to open up the floor for public comment.
Commissioners, do you have any questions?
Mr. Chairman, I did actually I requested the Code Enforcement Board to be eliminated just for cleanup of the ordinance. I also had questions in the ordinance. It talks about homesteaded versus non-homesteaded. So if you can kind of elaborate on that, Attorney Schuler said the public.
Which page are you referring to, Commissioner?
Oh gosh, I had it written down and I didn't bring it with me, but it is.
Let me see if I can find it.
Yeah, I just realized that I left my notes at home. Lot mowing, enforcement. Yeah, homestead. Or
I
non-homestead.
mean, it's a 15-page ordinance, so I don't have it memorized,
Yeah.
but, so I was asking for the reference, but generally speaking, what happens with homesteaded properties, is we do not foreclose liens on homesteaded properties. We foreclose liens potentially on non-homesteaded properties. If the homestead property is sold, then we would seek to collect the lien at that time, but it does not mean that homestead property is exempt from code enforcement.
That's kind of
Does that
one
adequately
clarity.
address your question, Commissioner?
Yes, thank you.
So, let me clarify. So when you say a lien, you're referring to a,
Code enforcement lien. The special magistrate's order, for example, if he imposes a, fines in favor of the county on a code enforcement action, there typically are financial penalties if certain actions are not taken within the time period required by the special magistrate, and in the order it will state that the order itself becomes a lien on the property and is recorded in the public records.
okay, but is a property lien or a
Yes.
tax lien?
It's a real estate lien. It's a lien on the real property that's the subject of the code enforcement action.
Okay, so the actual person is not the one that's being given the fine, the property is.
Well, they're penalizing financially the person, but they're also imposing the lien on the property as a method
Right.
of enforcement of
Okay.
the code enforcement action.
I had some confusion about, that's why I'm asking questions,
Yes.
just to clarify.
So you remember, not that this is gonna stray a little bit, remember yesterday during our code
Yeah.
enforcement discussion?
Yes.
And I talked to you about this yesterday afternoon, there was a question that if the magistrate, there's a finding, and it includes fines and penalties, can that be attached to the property? So if the property is sold, it acts like a lien. Attorney Schuler could explain more, he kinda gave me almost a yes answer. So-
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
And
So-
after a 3-month period of the lien being in place and no action by the property owner to satisfy it, I then have the authority to go back to the special magistrate, at least as the non-homesteaded property, and request to foreclose on the lien which is, think of it like a mortgage foreclosure by a bank. I mean, they ultimately could end up losing the property over the lien. But that only happens when two things happen. One, the board authorizes me to do that, and the special magistrate authorizes me to do that. I would not just do that on my own.
So, but the only kind of lien you're saying that would be applicable would be a property lien or tax, but not the taxes.
It's not a tax lien, it is a lien, think of it like a mortgage lien on a piece of property.
The only reason I'm asking, again, I just want to clarify so I would know, is what we're proposing to actually do here. Because I think, I don't know about everybody else, I think this board would have a really hard time, even in a bad situation, putting somebody out of a home. So that's why I'm asking, trying to clarify what's possible, what's not possible. And another thing, if you're doing, if you're talking about the greatest way to enforce it is a property lien, well, then you might as well not worry about homesteaded properties because they're probably never gonna sell. So, I mean, how do we reconcile that? In opposition to, do we have the ability and the way to actually add it to their taxes so it can get paid? That's what I'm asking.
No, sir, it is not added to the tax bill.
Okay, that's what I want to know.
And Mr. Chairman, just so I found it's Article 6, abatement by county, bullet point number 4 that referenced the homestead. But I also have a question, and I discussed this with Attorney Schuler, because we have well, I should say, I had an issue with an abatement that we're trying to do where we tried to contact, it says all up in here in our policy that about sending of the certified letters. Well, in my particular situation, we sent 2 certified letters and they got returned. So the property owner, we did our due diligence, our code enforcement officer did research, the address, found that the address wasn't valid anymore. So then my point was, okay, then what happens? Do we stop and don't move forward? Because we need to, in my opinion, but what process do we need to take after that? And I know there was some discussion between you and I on that,
Yes.
and so if you could kind of, because I wanted to make sure that anything we do, there's a finality. We don't get to the one point, special magistrate, we send letters, and then what, Because the property owner has to know and be aware, but then again, we've realized Florida statute that they.
Well, that's a kind of a yes and no answer. The preference, of course, is that they get actual notice, but there's a statutory provision in chapter, it's on my report for later for an action item, I believe it's 162.12, that 30 days after the certified mail notice is sent to the address that's on file for the property owner with the property appraiser, if they have not signed that as being received within 30 days, then at the option of the local government, you can either publish once a week for 4 consecutive weeks in the newspaper, or you can post on the property, and the case of the county at the front of the courthouse. That will provide constructive notice, and it has to be done, the posting has to be done within a certain period of time. I believe it's 10 days of the actual hearing, and there has to be an affidavit that satisfies the statutory requirements, signed by the person who's actually posting the notice, again, on the property and on the front of the courthouse. And by statute, that is sufficient notice, even if the property owner does not receive actual notice. But it is a statutory presumption that by following those steps, service or notice to the property owner has been delivered according to law.
Thank you. I just, like I said, Mr. Chairman, I want to make sure that we vote and potentially hypothetically in favor of this today, that there's a process and we follow through. It's easy to look at ordinances and vote on things. It's a matter of making sure it gives our staff teeth, in addition to it's enforceable, in addition to we have a process of a finality, and it don't just get to a part where it just stops and we don't know how to proceed after that. So.
Sure. And when we get to my report on that issue, although you have an option to either publish in the newspaper once a week for 4 consecutive weeks or post, I'm recommending, due to the concerns over the cost of publication, that you, of course, it's a policy decision for the board to make, but my recommendation is that you go with the posting requirement simply for the efficiencies in time and cost.
All right, any other questions, Commissioners, for Attorney Schuler?
Not really a question, it's just a comment. Or it may end up being a question. My thing is, are they gonna go out there looking for these dilapidated structures or the junk or the mowing or anything like that? Because there's some people that don't like the yards mowed, that does the wild, you know, I've got a couple of them over in my district that does that. They like it going wild. They don't like their yards being mowed and everything. Now the next door neighbors like their yard's mowed. So how is it gonna be if a neighbor calls in and complains on somebody not having their yard mowed? Is the person gonna be hounded over it, or are they just gonna be simply asked to mow the yard, or what? Because it's given it their.
Commissioner, that's a good question. I just got a text from Angela, who's watching this, because she's involved with me now helping with code enforcement. That's basically, one of the things she's asking, the same thing you are. How do you guys want staff to deal with it? Could you discuss that
That's
this
exactly
morning?
right, because it's like, you know, like the saying, and it's honestly true. It's like junk. One man's junk may be another man's treasure. I mean, you know, and I mean, like me, I have my husband's 71 Jeep CJ5 underneath the shed. If somebody's gonna say, well, I don't like the way that looks in your yard, and I'm 13 miles up in the woods, you know what I'm saying? It's just, you know, my thing is, when I look at code enforcement, dilapidated structures, I think about there's areas in the county that has houses that are not livable. On coastline, you know, inland and all, and people are trying to live in them, and the standards are not up to what it needs to be. I'm just concerned that we're going.
Commissioner Sanders, Mr. Chairman,
Yep.
I share your concerns. I feel like we're becoming an HOA countywide.
Exactly, and I'm concerned about that. I'm real concerned about it.
Because I can tell you, just from experience since I've been here, you've had people that come in and move here, and please don't take this any which way, but, you know, they came here, they looked at the property, they bought the property. Obviously, they drove by this person's house to get to their property, and that's the way this person's lived here for 50 years. And they don't like the way their yard looks after they build a home. It depreciates my property value. Well, then why did you buy it?
Mr. Chairman, I can elaborate on that. Not everybody has that type of situation. My situation, and I'm speaking on behalf of what I have in my district, I'm not pertaining to anybody else. Hurricane hit the house, damaged the house. It is got insulation and all kinds of stuff going into our bay that we were so trying to protect. I don't know what the circumstance of this individual was. I don't know if she got an insurance payout to fix the house and just decided to take the money and do something else with it. Again, I'm not speaking on that behalf. I don't want to assume or speculate anything. But in these types of situations, when you have a dilapidated home that was damaged by a storm, you've got the neighbor that's lived there forever, and then they've got this house next to them that's been damaged in the storm, but the homeowner's not choosing to fix up the house or be a responsible homeowner. That's kind of where this came from. I know that we talk about the grass is 18 inches. I know people, I don't foresee our people out there measuring with a ruler 18 inches.
You got some people
you know what I mean?
will.
So I think that I don't obviously want to overreach either, but we do, in my opinion, have to protect, because again, there's vermin at this old house. There's rats and snakes that, you know, then they're going over to the neighbor's house and getting into their property.
Can I ask you a question?
Mm-hmm.
Is it a residence? I mean, are they living in it?
No.
Well, that's what I'm getting at. We're taking something like a blighted structure, but we've added a lot of pork to it, a lot of meat here. So that's just my take on it. I'm fine with addressing a blighted, abandoned building that creates a health hazard. But all this other stuff that's attached to this I'm not really comfortable with, because I feel like we're forcing an HOA style rule on the county. And I know, you know, that has nothing to do with the blighted structure. I understand that. I mean, and I'm willing to have a conversation and come to some type of potential fix to that, but all this other, I'm just not real comfortable with. I'm just putting that out there, but.
Well, I think it's like what Michael said, you know, the staff needs some kind of direction. Is what they're doing now, as far as we had Courtney in that position, and now you're gonna have to have somebody else to put in that position, along with Sissy from
Yeah.
the health department. Is that something that's working? Is it working good? Because I'm one of these that, if it's working, why,
So
you know?
so we had I'm sorry.
I was just gonna say, Mr. Chairman, didn't we get in the practice before of having public workshops before we had, cause it seems like we get to this point and we get an ordinance, cause we ask for it, and then it just gets torn apart and or not voted on because we kinda bring up these things, cause we can't talk about this stuff.
Nope. We
And then our
support
public may have something to say to add to the ordinance, so did we get away from that process? Cause I was wondering that, but I thought, well, I know we need this, it's almost like we need it, having a public hearing, then trying to schedule public workshop, then having a public hearing just delays things, and we need stuff, you know, for staff to work on now, but I don't know, I see both sides, but we've got to get on board with some of this stuff. I don't wanna make anybody I don't wanna make anybody homeless. I think we can fix this ordinance to make it work, but we do need to address our blighted structures and our dilapidated homes in our county, period. Whether we go about it a different way, that's fine, but we've gotta do it. We can't just keep kicking the can down the road.
Well, I think, Commissioner, what some of the other commissioners are expressing, if I'm wrong, is expressing, or trying to express, is, so we did ask for this, we asked for something to address blighted structures, homes that have been damaged past the 50% rule, that are just remaining on properties, that they're not being forced to do anything about it. And let's be honest, especially like over on the island, there's 2 or 3 homes that if a hurricane demolishes them or starts sending pieces in directions, it's gonna hit other people's houses.
Right.
And it's structures that should find a way to remove it. This goes past that,
It does.
is the issue.
Well,
I think
then we need to get back to the drawing board,
think you're right.
Attorney Schuler. Do we need to have a public workshop? Because, I mean, we keep
feel
delaying
like-
stuff, we ask for stuff, and I know, I don't know.
I feel like I'm part of federal Congress. I mean, we can't pass this bill without all this attached to it here. And it's just simple. It's a simple fix. Let's just go back,
think it- take it to
address
the-
it without all this other stuff. I don't know what the process is. I'm still somewhat new to this, but I'm with you. It's like we get a copy of the potential ordinance, and then we have to sit here and nitpick it before we come down. Why not, we should have a workshop. We should have some open dialogues and discussion with it. That way, I think we could work it out better that way, then have the public hearing and let's get it passed, so.
Yeah, because that's what I'm gonna recommend in my report, as you saw. You know, we discussed, not to get to that item of my report, the PUD rehearing, if we're gonna call it that. We also have RVs and fill. RVs was discussed yesterday at we had a meeting, the chairman, myself, Sissy, Chester, and Angela, we had a meeting yesterday about how we're gonna move forward with code enforcement. One of the things that came up is me explaining to them, I feel, for the most part, that after we deal with the PUD rehearing, the next important thing to deal with is RVs. I feel that way based on things I've heard from you, but is lot fill more important than RVs? That's a discussion we have to have. But to get to my point, we need to have workshops first.
Yeah, I
You
mean,
know, I agree.
this is
because-
ridiculous. I mean, Mr. Chairman, no disrespect to anybody, but this is something that we need to get in the practice of doing, I guess, is having workshops. So we're not here trying to vote on something that we all because we can't talk about it. The public may have just seen it a couple days ago. Yes, I guess we still need to look at having public comment for this hearing, but But my thing is that we take I know it's a process, but we also need to get staff involved, which I've asked staff. You know, I know we pull ordinances from other counties that kind of make it our own. We gotta fix the problem, and we've got to figure out how to fix the problem, whether it's a workshop. But my thing is, and what's frustrating is we have a public workshop, and then we have a hearing. It could take 2-3 months before we even get something on the books for our county staff to enforce. I know it's, I don't know. I'm sorry, but I think it's to the point where I like things done fairly quickly. I understand there's a process, and it's frustrating because, you know, we're the commissioners getting calls. We understand these people's concerns. But then again, I also understand that it's overreach. It could be overreaching. So I get that too. And making these decisions is not easy because we see both sides. But I just want it addressed as quickly as possible, because we now do have, I would say, code enforcement. We've come a long way because this stuff really has never been addressed in the past. It may have been, but just not. We've got people in place now that's going to move forward to enforce our codes. We need to make sure that they have something that they can have teeth in to enforce it and enforce it appropriately.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Chair, with this whole discussion that we're having, this ordinance, I went through a couple times, and you know, pretty much it is addressing the abandoned unsafe structures, accumulation of junk and debris, and some of our emergency cleanup or demolition when the property poses a threat. And one of the things like Commissioner Sanders just spoke about, overgrown or neglected lots. And I understand that some people like to live freely, but at the same time, we do, I think this warrants public discussion with kind of like what Commissioner Amerson said. It's kind of seemed like a HOA type, but at the same time, we have issues that we got to correct. We got to get fixed, like Commissioner Ward has stated. So
We're still gonna have public comment today.
Yeah.
We're still gonna do the hearing. I mean, I don't know how this is gonna go, but we're still gonna do that.
Yeah, but can I say, I agree with Commissioner Amos, and I think it's a little bit overreaching. You know, there's some of the things that need to be addressed, and we've been doing a good job on it since we had Courtney and Cece doing that. I had a couple of places in District 2 that had been cleaned up. I didn't know, I didn't feel like it needed to be cleaned up, but somebody did. But anyway, I just think it's a little bit overreaching, but I do agree that we need to take care of the dilapidated houses and all that. But
Let me ask the board a question then, because I'm fine with doing what y'all want to do. We're here, we're working together, but I do want to handle people's business. And it's not something we need to decide today. I want to give you something to think about. Should we move forward? Because a lot of these things we're doing are things that, I'll be honest with you, the reason we're having this discussion, a lot of our ordinances and stuff are not bad ordinances, but they were not written with code enforcement in mind. Because at the time, the county was not doing code enforcement. So that creates some of our issues. So do y'all want to start, I'm fine if you want to follow a format of having a workshop before you ever do the first public hearing. And do you want to start doing like they do at the cities? You have a first public hearing and a second public hearing. A first reading where you clean it all up, and a second reading where you either vote it up or vote it down. I mean, just think about it. We can have a discussion about it, but there's ways we can address it. Because I'm with all of y'all, we're here trying to handle the people's business. We're not here trying to delay the people. We're trying to get, you know what I mean? No, that's not what we're trying to do.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I believe that obviously a public workshop would be better, because we can't talk and discuss about it amongst ourselves behind closed doors. Everything that we say has to be in front of the public at the time.
Yep.
So we can't say, I can't call you up and say, well, what do you think about this 18 inches of overgrowth? You know, we can't do that. So I feel like having a public workshop is sufficient not only for the public to say their piece, but for us to talk amongst ourselves, just like Commissioner Amoson's statement and Mr. Sanders' statement about overreach and HOA.
Yeah.
So I feel like it's, I don't know.
Well,
Well, just look at it this way, you're doing we, not you, we are doing our staff a disservice the way we're doing this, because they're having to go and speak with each one of us 2 weeks out to see if this is kosher. Then they gotta figure out, well, okay, 3 of the commissioners like it, this and that, but if we're right here where all of us could communicate and we can direct staff that way, it would just make it a lot easier.
That's
So,
where our problem is,
Yeah,
y'all.
I
The
think so.
communication between staff and this board is not what it needs to be.
Exactly, and that's what I'm saying, it's hamstringing our staff because they can't hear from all of us together, and we all have different inputs that may sway me in a different way once we have a discussion, because each one of us have different districts that have different needs. So
That's right.
I think that's basically where the ball's getting dropped, so to speak.
Well,
So,
and see, on some of this stuff, you may have somebody that's been sick or something and can't get out there and get their yards cleaned up, or can't get out there and mow their yard. Instead of us going out there and saying, hey, we're gonna fine you for this, we need to be out there saying, hey, what can we do to help?
Yeah. Well, I will tell you this, that's what our current staff is doing with everybody we're currently
I
engaging
think so
with.
too.
They've not been going and saying, hey, we're the county, we're
Yes.
gonna find you. Now, I will say, and I've heard this straight out of Ms. Smith's mouth, she said, how much government do you want in your life? If you don't want it in your life, I can help you make sure you don't have it in your life.
Yeah.
We can help you do something about what you got going on.
Yeah.
So it has been I can say from my experience, it has been proactive, but at the same time, we're not trying to find ways to find people.
That's right.
We're trying to find compliance is what we're looking for on the issues we're talking about. So.
Yeah.
All right, anything else before we open for public comment?
Mr. Chairman, I will say too, this is kind of new. I know that since I've been on the board, I've been harping on code enforcement, not for government overreach, just because, we need to have that. It's not been enforced in a while. This is a new transition. We just now, as of October 1st, got a code enforcement officer. With Courtney leaving, we're having to get Miss Angela and Mr. Chester involved, and then a potential new clerk. So this is kind of things that we have to kind of be aware of too. When they're out in the field, there's going to be times where they're going to come before us, just like we did earlier with this wetland stuff. There's going to be things that they're going to need that our old ordinances are going to need to be addressed.
Yes.
And they're going to have to come up. So we need to have a process where we're not sitting right here right now and all of us I feel like we're wasting time, and I know I'm talking, but I'm just saying, wasting time trying to hash this out when we probably should have already had an ordinance today, and it's against nobody, but an ordinance today that we could have just, public went through the process and voted on, no problem, no issue, no concern. That's my thought.
Yep.
So,
Anyone else? All right. So this time, open the floor for public comment. This is a public hearing. We are taking input about this potential ordinance.
And they did not
Yes.
need to fill a speaker card.
You don't have to have a speaker card filled out. Come forward, state your name for the record. You have 5 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Chairman. My name's Daniel Oligmiller. You guys saw my wife and I earlier on a different topic. But this one I saw on your agenda and was very interested to hear the conversation. And I appreciate the conversation because we do have, not next to our home, but near our home, there are structures that have been there for quite a long time. No one's living in them. Literally, trees are growing inside some of these trailer homes. And there's other people that have moved out, and the junk, they just left it setting there. So there's a safety hazard, a fire hazard, and things like that. So I appreciate the board talking about this. I'm certainly in favor of it. I also think there's overreach. Nobody wants HOA. I mean, quite honestly, that's why we live where we live, because we don't have that hammer oversight. So I appreciate the fact that you don't want to have the overreach, but we certainly do need to have some way to clean up those lands or properties where they literally aren't living there. No one can live in them. Some of these homes are just too far gone, as Chairman Ward pointed out. So I applaud the fact that there is an ordinance being looked at. I think it's going to be tough to maintain that ordinance and as you pointed out, to have the teeth to be able to implement it. But I certainly, as a person in Commissioner Sanders' district, I see that, and this is sorely needed, quite honestly. So thank you for taking this up, and I hope you continue to move forward with it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep. Anyone else? Just please come forward and state your name for the record.
I'm Charles Leonard. I live here in town. Discovered Apalachicola about 10 years ago. I've seen the town clean itself up to a large degree. I concur with what the gentleman just said, and I appreciate your angst over dealing with people that maybe don't have the means to clean their property up like they would. But there comes a point where one collectible car is a project, and 5 collectible cars is a junkyard. And there are homes in this town with five cars in their yard. Maybe that's outside your purvey, but I'm saying I would suggest some kind of an advisory committee, take it case by case, and I believe you could probably even get some volunteers to help clean property that needed cleaning, that the owners wanted cleaned up, and so on. I know a gentleman that scraps cars, and he said he's approached people in this town and they won't even sell them. They've been up on blocks for 10 years. And I'm sure what I'm talking about here in the town is true in the city. I also would suggest that if you have an ordinance that lists a lot of things are maybe not enforced to the level of other things. I think the enforcement part of it can be dealt with instead of a black line or a line in the sand type of deal. It's like, okay, that one's needs a little help, but we've got bigger fish to fry, that type of a thing. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am. Please come forward, state your name. You have 5 minutes, ma'am.
Llewellyn Paxton, and I have a beautiful home on the beach in Carabel. In January of 2024, I put it on the market to sell. I had to take it off the market just this year. My house can't be sold. It has a house next door to it that was destroyed in Hurricane Dennis in 2005. 2018, Michael did a real number on it. This house is falling down. Every time we have anything go wrong weather-wise, everything ends up over in my yard. There's siding, insulation. It's full of mold. It is a health hazard. We live directly next door to it. It's a very big health hazard to us. We see rats run through our yard all the time, and it's just falling down. The next storm that we have, it will come down, and it's in very big danger of falling into the bay right now. And we go out there and we pick up and we pick up and we pick up and we pick up. Every time it rains, the bottom has completely fallen out of the house. And my concern is that you as commissioners do something about this. I'm not the only one. I'm just voicing a point to you. Something has got to be done, as everyone else has stated before me. It's just that when it comes to the point that I can't sell my beautiful beach home because I've got this next door to me, something has to be done. And I appreciate you working on it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Yes, Ms. Barber.
Barbara Sanders, I want to commend this commission for the efforts you've been making in code enforcement. I've been to those hearings. You've got a great hearing officer, Sissy Smith, and the other young lady whose name just is Courtney, your lawyer. It's an amazing process, and they bend over backwards to be nice to people, by the way, and give them multiple chances to fix things up. And the things that they deal with are raw sewage running out of trailers, and they're not talking about mowing wildflowers, which, by the way, I don't want you to come mow my wildflowers. If God planted it there, it ought to grow there. And I have a lawn. I don't want a lawn. I don't want fertilizer, etc. It seems to me you could take out the mowing provision, but still have the dilapidated building provision that these folks are talking about, because I think we can all look at it and say, here are the extremes. Look at it from the magistrate's point of view. When Sissy brings a case to him, he has to point to chapter and verse in your ordinance so he can order somebody to do something. He can't just be making stuff up at the time. So you got to have it clear. It seems to me this is a pretty good ordinance except for that mowing part. And I do like your point, though, that we didn't workshop this one, but I also don't want to delay giving your magistrate some ammunition for when he's really trying to enforce your code. One other thing is there's a thing called prosecutorial discretion, and that means your staff is not going to be out there bringing Barbara Sanders in front of the magistrate because she didn't mow her wildflowers, right? But if Barbara Sanders has a dilapidated old trailer, which, by the way, I had spent $10,000 to remove from another lot, and sewage is coming out of it, or there's dead cats on the property, or the hazardous materials being blown around, that's what your code enforcement officer is going to go for. So give your staff a little discretion, or they have discretion about what to bring forward to the magistrate or not. The only other issue, Mr. Schiller, is I would number these bullets so that we're used to referring to things by number, so your magistrate doesn't have to write out bullet point number blah 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 or whatever. Just fix it that way. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sanders. Anyone else? This is a public hearing. This is time for public comments. Check on it digitally, Mr. Roll. 1 second.
Would anyone attending via Zoom virtually would like to comment on this, please indicate by raising your hand. No hands raised, sir?
Okay. All right. Well, we've taken public comments out of the room. We've taken public comments from online. Attorney Schuler, what is the next procedural step in this hearing?
Commissioners, it's your policy decision to make whether to adopt the ordinance as it's submitted. You have also the policy discretion, as was suggested, if you want to delete, for example, Article 4 on lot mowing and adopt the rest of the ordinance,
Yep.
then you can do that. But whatever motion the board makes, if it's going to approve the ordinance as submitted or by cutting out, again, for example, lot mowing, and I use that as an example, not a restriction, you would also need to add to that motion removal of all references to Code Enforcement Board and the Nuisance Abatement Board and replace that with Special Magistrate, as I discussed with the board earlier.
Well, if we're gonna move forward, I do think we need to do that for the Nuisance Abatement Board and all that other stuff. It needs to clearly just be crossed through and put in there that we're talking about the magistrate. I think that would be way more straightforward. Is this is a question for you. Is this written in such a way that an article could be removed and it doesn't affect the rest of the ordinance?
I think it is, yes.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, the next question is, would it be a substantive change?
I think you can remove Article 4 without the requirement of renoticing the ordinance. It doesn't, I think that's fine.
Well, I mean, to me, it may not be just the mowing. I mean, on some of this, I think I just got this yesterday, I think. But
So
Okay.
let me,
Well, there's also the policy choice of the board if you want to, take no action right now and have me redraft this and bring it back to you. I mean, I can do that. We can just schedule another public hearing. I mean, Commissioner Sanders is expressing some concern that she hasn't had sufficient time to
I
review
think
this, so.
Mr. Amoson's got some too.
I think personally, Mr. Chairman, that we need to workshop this.
I think so too.
I think that,
Okay.
personally, we should just table, schedule a workshop, and then, have a public hearing based on what the workshop comes about. Cause we got people in the community that have a say, we have our own, what we wanna say. So I feel like that's what we should do. But for future reference to that, and again, I know that we did this because we do need the magistrate to have some guidelines. We do need our code enforcement officers and staff to have guidelines. I do think their input is very important. So I think that, like, anything like this, we should probably workshop it out first.
Okay. If the board, again, your policy choices, you want to workshop first, can give me some direction on, for example, take out lot mowing and workshop the remainder of the ordinance. I'd like some guidance along those lines. And then as far as tabling, that would require us to table to a date, time, and place certain, which I don't think we can do as we sit here this morning, because we don't know, when the workshop would happen. So my recommendation would be for the board to take action just to deny the adoption of the ordinance, give me some instructions on, again, what you want taken out of this, and what I'm hearing right now is lot mowing. And then we can present a new draft at a workshop, and then y'all can workshop that draft at that workshop, and then make a final sort of, this is what we want to see in the ordinance at the public hearing when you finish the workshop.
Yeah.
And Mr. Chairman, just so that I'm aware and the public is aware, by us, if we hypothetically deny this today, it's not gonna prevent the current process that we have with, say, in my district, for example, the process that we're going forward with this dilapidated home. This isn't gonna, by us potentially denying this, isn't gonna stop that process from us to be able to basically hopefully mitigate or take this to the next step of possibly the magistrate.
This was going to be the ordinance that created the dilapidated structure requirement. So yes, I don't think we have any, other than you could, as we did before in the district for the house at Yellow Hill, we would have to get an opinion from an expert that basically the building is structurally damaged, it's unsafe, it's unsound, then we could go to court, as we did in that other case, as the abatement of a public nuisance and move forward that way. I mean, we could do that, but otherwise, this ordinance that's presented today was to address specifically your issue of dilapidated structure. So I think if we table this, we're not going to be able to move forward unless we go through the nuisance abatement process through court.
Okay.
Any other questions?
So I do, okay, based on your recommendation, the best thing, what you would recommend is that we just do not adopt this and then move forward with the workshop?
I'm hearing from the board that you want to workshop this before you make a decision at a future public hearing to adopt the ordinance. So yes, I think procedurally where you are is you approve with amendments, you table to a date, time, and place certain, or you deny. I don't think we can table this to a date, time, and place certain, because we don't know when that workshop is going to happen. We also don't know what the final version of that ordinance is going to be. So I would just recommend denying the ordinance as presented, and with instructions to me to schedule the workshop. Unless I receive further clarification from the board, my plan would be to resubmit this ordinance as you have it today for the workshop, and then y'all can give me additional instructions at the workshop.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make that motion based off the attorney's recommendation. And that will allow us time, because again, I have blighted structures in my district, so don't take this the wrong way, and I wanted to address. But the way this is wrote up right here, I'm not comfortable with, because I can think of about 2 handfuls of people that this could potentially put into a situation where, again, we're going in on that person's property saying, hey, I know that you've had this here for 30 years, but it's now time to, and I don't want to put our residents in that. Those folks will be living in the city of Apalachicola. There's a reason why people don't want to live in the city. They don't want to be told what color to paint their house. They don't, I'm not going to go down that rabbit hole, but I just feel like we're setting ourselves up to be getting a little too much into people's lives. And I feel like in this environment right here, we have a full agenda and business of the county that we need to address, and I don't want to be rushed into making a decision that may dictate, somebody's life. So I feel like we need to workshop it, and let's just move forward as quickly as possible, by the way.
All right, so we do have a motion and a second. The motion was made by Commissioner Amison, seconded by Commissioner Croom. Any additional discussion or direction? So I'm fine with what we've already discussed about the Article 4, the mowing. So before I say that, let me say this, because I did ask you, Attorney Schuler, when I first started looking at this, if this ordinance was written in such a way that all these other things would be finding of fact that this is a house that needs to be abated. Okay? There's junk there, if it was written in a way that these are findings of fact or reasons we're hanging our hat on, that this is a blighted structure, this is an abandoned home, this is something that needs to be done and removed. But in talking with me, you said, no, this is written to address all of them individually. So I think that's what you've heard from the board today, what they've had issues with. I think that the mowing is an issue because it's not clearly defined. But I don't think that the majority of the commission has been good with any amount of mowing discussion, to be honest with you. For me, I'm fine with discussion about what we want to refer to as junk, but I think we need a lot better definition than what we got. It doesn't seem very defined at all, to at least consider. I got a vehicle in my front yard right now, but it's going through probate because my dad didn't do anything with it before he passed away. So, somebody will ride by my yard, so he's got a junk car in his yard, and he's voting to get rid of everybody's junk cars. That's not a good look for us. So.
Mr. Chair, my second comment, I echo what Commissioner Amos said. Just a few things that I've caught while reviewing this ordinance. And I think we already discussed about a little bit of authority confusion with the special magistrate and the code enforcement. There was some ambiguity in the emergency authority and unclear of the overgrowth threshold and a little bit of inconsistencies in terminology that I caught and I brought to Attorney Schuler's attention. So that's why I second this.
All right, any more discussion before we vote? The motion is to not adopt the ordinance that has been presented to us today. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's a 5-0 vote. Public hearing is concluded. Let's take a 5-minute recess. Franklin County Board of County Commissioners now back in session. As we have other things going on, we're gonna move this agenda around a little bit. Mr. Cochran from Air Methods, please come forward.
Commissioners, this is based on the request Commissioner Sanders made a couple of meetings ago, just to refresh your memory.
I didn't know I was gonna get the head man. I thought I was just gonna sit down.
I just wore the head man's clothes, that's all.
All you gotta do is have her. She's good. She's good.
Well, thank you for the invite, and and thanks for having me. I'm Tommy Cochran. This is Kara Linder. She, I think y'all have met before. She's our outreach coordinator. I'll let her tell you.
Hi, I'm Kara Linder. I am the base outreach coordinator for Air Life One. That's based in McCullough County, down in Panacea. I am basically the coordinator who does all the outreach, events, education, things like that, directly with our base.
Yes, okay.
I'm the account executive over the area, the region actually, from Tallahassee to Pensacola. I'm a flight nurse paramedic by trade, so this is a newer role for me as well.
Yeah.
And I was asked to actually come and just tell you a little bit about, I've given you all some handouts, kind of what we are, what we do. I was going to just give you a little brief information about our company, and then more so about our base specifically, the culture that we have here, our capabilities, and I think specifically there was some questions about billing, and that affects your residents of the county as well. So I have just kind of some, just an overview of how we do our billing, and then answer any questions that you may have about the billing process.
Yes, sir.
Our company, of course, is Air Methods Corporation. We're the largest air ambulance company in the United States. We have over 400 aircraft. We have over 20 bases in Florida alone, most of which are rotor, but we do have fixed wing assets as well. Our closest airplane is in Pensacola, which travels all over the state, all over this region, actually. We set the standard in quality and also in safety, which is a huge deal in our line of work. We just celebrated our 45th year in business, so 45 years we just celebrated. We are a CAME certification, which is just an accreditation that also makes sure that we maintain that standard for air ambulances, and it's a hard standard to get, and we've been CAMES accredited for some time now. We're located, we have Air Life One. All of our bases have different names. We're Air Life One, and we're located in Panacea at this time. We're operated out of a single engine Bell 407. We have a critical care nurse and a critical care paramedic, along with, of course, our pilot and a 24/7 mechanic that belongs to our base. So they do a lot of maintenance, again, on the safety side of it. But we're located there in Panacea. We're able to get to Apalachicola in about flight time at 12 to 15 minutes after lift. So we're really, really quick coming to this county. The county has implemented a auto launch criteria, so in which someone calls 911, and if it meets a certain criteria, for example, chest pains, bad car wrecks, stroke-like symptoms, we go ahead and when they send the ambulance, they auto launch the helicopter at that same time, which speeds up our response times to your county. If we're on our way and the ambulance get to the patient and everything's okay, they just cancel us and we turn back around and go back home. There's no billing or anything. We're just trying to be more efficient and be a resource for the county quicker, because time means a lot, of course. So the county or the 911 service has implemented that auto launch criteria. In addition to that, we have a one-call agreement with the county, which means that they call for a helicopter. We find them the closest appropriate helicopter, be it our company or a competitor company, Survival Flight or Shands or whoever the closest is. So one call and we get those resources coming to the county. So that's a pretty big deal as well. For the hospital in Weems, we have a preferred provider agreement that's pending at this time, and that just means that we're their preferred provider for their hospital for transfers going out to other hospitals, normally Panama City, Tallahassee, Dothan, if they have a patient that needs those, a higher level of care. So we'll come and take care of those transfers for them. And they have a pad already there at the hospital, of course. Our area that we take care of for 911 calls is about a 50-mile circle. And our ecosystem across pretty much the whole panhandle in the Big Bend area, there's helicopters all the way to Jacksonville, actually. And we take care of 50-mile circles for that area. So there's an overlap. In Apalachicola, there's an overlap with Marianna, which we're inside that 50-mile. So if we're not available, we have a sister ship in Marianna that can come and back us up, say if we're on another call or a maintenance issue or something of that nature. And this is in the handouts that I just gave you, but what we have for the community, we carry blood products. We have 2 units of red cells and plasma, or 4 units total. That's a huge deal breaker in the county. Let's say there's a bad trauma out on the island, or there's a bad car wreck, and they require blood. We're able to provide blood transfusions on the way into that trauma center, and it saves lives. It really, really does. In addition to that, it's a flying ICU. We have the state-of-the-art monitors. We have ventilators. We have CPR devices. If they do go in cardiac arrest, we can provide very, very good CPR for that patient until we get to the receiving facility, which is a huge deal. How we make a difference. People always think that the helicopter service is for those most critical patients. However, we also, and that's really what we're used for. However, underneath that umbrella of needs is a lack of local resources. So we're able to come into a county, let's say that it's not life or death, but they're serious. We can come in and take that patient to where they need to go via Panama City, Tallahassee, or wherever, and it frees up that ambulance in your county to respond to more 911 calls. Let's say if they take that patient to Panama City, they may be gone for hours on end, where we're able to transport that patient and we're back in service in 30 or 45 minutes. We're able to take another patient, where they might be out of pocket for 3 or 4 hours with these long distance transfers. So that's under that umbrella of our needs. And so we do provide a lot of relief to already stressed system, EMS system. And that's where we can make a difference, not only in Franklin County, Wakulla County, Gulf County, Liberty County, Calhoun County, where they don't have all the resources that these larger areas have. We're able to come in and take those patients and free up those resources for them. In addition to that, I'd just like to talk about the billing process. There's always been a scare or stigma with air ambulances that the bills are so big, and then we come in and we take care of a patient that's probably having the worst day of their life, and then a month later they get the biggest bill of their life. Back in 2022, the No Surprises Act was passed, and we're not able, it's against the law for us to balance bill. For example, if you have Blue Cross Blue Shield, and the helicopter bill is $40,000, and Blue Cross Blue Shield says, no, we're not paying 40, we're only going to pay 20 for that bill. Prior to 2022, we could balance bill that other $20,000 that wasn't paid to the patient, which is not right. So since that was implemented in 22, we can no longer balance bill. We get $20,000. Where we have combated that is we're now in network with majority of insurances in the state of Florida. So there's a set amount for these flights. So we get paid very quickly, and it's a certain amount. So the only thing that the patient is responsible for is their copays. We did a 3-year analysis or study in the state of Florida. The average out-of-pocket copays is less than $200 for ambulance service rides, which is more than I'm sorry, with helicopter transports, which is actually less than the ambulance copays that they're paying. So it's against the law for us to balance bill, and they're only responsible for their copays for their insurance. So people ask, well, what about Medicaid and Medicare? They've never been able to balance bill on those two. It's a set amount, and that's what we get, and there's no bill sent to that patient. The other question is, what about self-pays? People that are not insured. We go through a process, and we have a patient advocacy group that assists that patient. We do a similar to a debt-to-income ratio, just like you would for a credit card. Most people that don't have money probably, or don't have insurance, probably don't have a lot of money, and the average out-of-pocket to self-pays is less than $1,000. So we don't come and take their homes or their cars or anything of that nature. We work really, really hard. The majority of time we write those bills off to the self-pays. So I want to take the pressure off. A lot of times with the hospitals and the counties, especially poor communities, they're really hesitant about using a resource like the helicopter that's really needed because of the bill that could follow, and it's no longer the case. So I just want to let y'all know that that pressure we don't have to think about. It's also a pressure that the ER physicians have on them as well. So sometimes they're hesitant about using a helicopter for their hospital. And we're in the process of doing a lot of teaching with those hospitals and ER physicians to let them know that that's false.
Good. Quick question. So you guys are already servicing our area through 2 different locations?
Yes, sir, we are. The closest one being the Panacea over in Wakulla County.
Right. Okay. Well, yeah, it depends on what part of the county you're in, I guess.
Yes.
So is there anything you need from the county as far as an MOU to be able to do that? Nothing at all?
There may be a time in the future where we may need a COPCN, a certificate of need for the county. There has been talks, and we're actually compiling information right now with the county to see if the county could support a helicopter as far as the volume.
Right,
of course,
right.
we're a for-profit, so we do have to have a certain amount of volume.
Yeah.
We won't survive on 10 flights a month, right?
Yeah.
We have to have the volume. Right now, we're honestly, in Wakulla, we're not getting the volume that we were wanting.
Right.
So we're wanting to shift over maybe so we can maybe take care of Gulf County a little bit better, in addition to Franklin and Wakulla,
Yeah.
and encompass all 3 of these counties and kind of be central located so we
Okay.
can be efficient to all the counties.
Okay. Well, one of the things, there are several things we're working on. None of them have to do with y'all, but we're actually already working on our new, the wrong thing come to my mind. Too many alphabet soups, sorry.
Yes, sir.
We're working on our new Emergency Operations Center. It's gonna be up Highway 65, and part of that is gonna be an area for, helicopter landings, a site there.
Okay.
So, because currently what we're trying to use is a little bit more rural, a little bit more like we are. It's just out in the middle of a field.
Yes.
It's not the most conducive area to try to do.
We have a couple areas.
airlifts from.
Yes. There's one in
So-
Lanark, actually, it's really
Yeah.
nice.
Yeah.
Someone mentioned earlier about St. George Island. However,
Yeah.
we're not able to fly to the island. We're in a single-engine aircraft,
Yes.
and we can't go across that water.
Right.
So if something happens on the island, they usually bring them over to East
Right,
Point for transfer, and that's located there at the Sheriff's Department.
Right. Yes,
Yeah.
that's correct. That's what I'm talking about. That's still, it's just a field, so it's
Yes.
not really
I
a.
would love to have a
We
pad.
like
Right.
the field, though.
Yes.
It's
Right.
nice.
It's better than nothing for sure.
I've
but
been
it's not
landing at
bad.
Open.
that for
Unless
12 or
it's
20 years
raining.
now.
Yeah. Yeah.
But thank y'all for having me, and we have been working with the airport manager some,
Yes.
and just right now we're just kind of at the planning phase and
Okay.
just compiling some data and information to see.
Fair
But
enough.
we love your county, and I love taking care of your citizens.
Yeah. Commissioners, do y'all have any questions?
I have a couple.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
No, you please.
So you mentioned about centrally, you would like to be more central located between Gulf and Wakulla. What is central located for y'all? Would that be Franklin?
Yes, sir, exactly.
Okay. What level of care do y'all provide? Is it BLS, ALS?
Oh,
critical?
very much ALS care. We have critical care nurses, critical care paramedics. Most of our nurses, just like Kara works in the trauma center at TMH, a lot of them are ICU nurses. And our paramedics, when I say critical care, there's an extra certification, an extra test that they have to take, which is very, very difficult to achieve. So we're the best of the best, and I'm proud to say that we are. We bring a higher level of care, and it is a flying ICU. We're able to, the medications that we carry and the equipment that we carry are very, very similar to ICU equipment.
All right, and my last one, I had a couple more, but my
Sure,
last
go
big
ahead.
one is, with your aircraft, are you equipped with neonatal, probably cardiac, but neonatal and trauma?
Yes, we're able to take, actually, if it's we can transfer into facilities less than right at 5 kilos, so brand new babies. Of course, we call them dirty babies, but babies that were born in the field, we'll take care of those children. We don't have an isolate, however, but we're able to take care of those children. And then some of our bases do specialty transfers where we do bring the neonatal team and do hospital to hospital transfers. And that's, our airplane does that as well.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, my question, what is your, what's your minimum? Or, what threshold do you need to meet on airlifts?
It varies from place to place. They do an analysis, they call it a payer mix, but how much of your population is insured, how much of the population is Medicaid, Medicare, and how much is a self-pay. So that does play a role in it, along with our overhead of being in a county depends on rental of the property, fuel availability, things of that nature. So the budget really plays a role on how many flights that we should have. I would say just in general, I would like to have 30-plus flights a month per base, but that's a ballpark figure. And then usually with, that's about a third of the requests. So if we get 30 requests or 30 flights a month, we're right around the 90 or 100 requests a month. That's normally what happens. We do get a lot of standby cancels to where the auto launch criteria will head a certain way and they'll say, oh, everybody's good, and we go home. So that's not a transport. That's not something that we bill for. So there's about 2/3 of what we get called for we don't actually transport because we get canceled or they're not needed.
May I ask how many you're averaging right now from the location you're at?
We're about 20.
Okay.
Yeah, other bases, for example, the one in Marietta that overlaps, they average in the 50s. So that's a very busy base for our area. So we're not getting. It takes a while for people to start to use us and trust us, and or just get used to calling us. You have a county like Wakulla that's been there without a helicopter since forever. So for us to come in and for them to get used to utilizing an asset, it takes a little bit of time to build that relationship. It's actually developed very well in Franklin so far. They use us quite a bit. I would love to be closer to this area. We've been a great relationship with EMS. I don't believe that Franklin County has the same resources as Wakulla. Wakulla has more ambulances and seems like they have better resources, and their proximity to the hospital. They're pretty close to TMH being in Crawfordville. So they're only a 30-minute drive to the hospital, where Franklin is so far away. You're looking at an hour either direction to Panama City or to Tallahassee. So we can benefit Franklin a little bit more as well, just to the long distance to the hospital and the lack of resources.
Mr. Chairman, I've got
Yes.
a couple.
Good.
Your aircraft, what's the weight limit on your aircraft?
It varies from actually twice a day, because our medical crews do 24-hour shifts and our pilots do 12-hour shifts. So every day at shift change of the pilot, they tell us an available weight that we can carry. And it's normally around 450 pounds.
And that's for the patient, or that's
For the patient.
Equipment included?
No,
Just
that's
patient? Okay.
patient weight is what our capacity. And it varies because our crew members weigh different, our pilots weigh different. Sometimes it's a fuel. Our fuel weighs a lot. So it depends on how much fuel we have. So that number varies. Sometimes people actually are under the weight, but their body won't actually fit. Sometimes their girth is too much. So we kind of take it case by case. With that weight, though, sometimes we're able to take a prisoner and a guard. So we're able to do, as long as the prisoner and the guard combined weight is what we have for that time, we can do prisoner guard transfers.
Mr. Chairman, an additional question. What insurance companies do you, because I don't know if you're aware, but our area is predominantly Capital Health Plan. I'm sure
Yes.
being at TMH, you guys are able to, y'all
And
carry.
we're in network actually with the
Okay.
Capital Health Plan, yes. And only thing that means is if they pay, even if we're not in network, we just have to go through a longer process. When we're in network, it speeds up that billing process, and we get reimbursed for the flight sometimes within a month. Before, or if we're not in network, it's almost, for lack of better words, a haggling process. And sometimes it may take a year or even more for us to get reimbursed for a flight, because it goes back and forth so many times. So being in network just speeds up that billing process for us.
And I want to add a little bit to the weight thing and the patient. If you have a concern where the patient's too much, or you're not really sure if they're a certain weight, we can always be called out to the scene, or we can always be called out to the hospital if it's like in a facility, and we can evaluate the patient. We can see if it works, and if it doesn't work and the patient's critical, or if the ground crew needs more help, we can always ride in the ambulance too for transports. That's a
good to know.
capability too.
Thank you.
And that's a courtesy to the county.
Yeah.
There's no billing for that. So we'll go in with that ambulance and that patient.
Sounds good. Any other questions?
I do. I've got a couple of statements. She came to the Alligator Point taxpayers meeting, and I was impressed with that. And with the county taking over the ambulance service, I thought it would just be a win for us, if we could get some kind of connection in there, and then that way, like you said, it can free up an ambulance.
Yes.
Free up whatever. I think y'all probably, we've had 2 fatalities over here on the bridge. Y'all probably responded to them, probably. I don't really know, but my thing was to make things as good as what we can in Franklin County. We're having the new EMS building built out there at Lanark. In that area, there's a EMS, the brand new EMS building. There's a fire department next to it. In between it, I want to put a helipad there. I want to take it off 98 and put the helipad there. And in my process of looking around and trying to find services that we can do, Miss Mary O'Brien sent us an email of the TAC committee, the Transportation Committee, about Mr. David Smith with Florida Department of Transportation, who's over the airports and the heliports in the state of Florida. So I gave him a call and I said, "Can you help me?" And he said, "Yes, I can." And what I want him to do, because I've been told by staff as of last week that down in Alligator Point we might not be able to use that helipad because we may have that road having to be designed to go through there. So Mr. David Smith can come down here, help me look, see if a part of that KOA may be conducive to be able to use that, you know. And then he said, if you're building a new one up in Lanark, we can help you do that. And he said, I'll go a step further. He said, I want you to know that the only heliport that we have on record for Franklin County is Weems Hospital. And that's the only one that they have on record. So he said, I will go a step farther and I can help you, Commissioner Sanders, bring in FAA to certify whatever helipads you have in the county, and add to that, if something happens as of like Alligator Point, and we can't get into them because it has happened before, if we have a certified heliport, they can fly the stuff into Alligator Point or whatever, as long as it's certified by FAA. So, you know, it's like 2 or 3 folds there to combine it all together to where we can take care of the folks in Franklin County. But I sure do appreciate you, Mr. Chairman, letting me put them on the agenda and having y'all come down, because I think y'all have asked some good questions of them, and I think you got some good information from them, and hopefully they can help us in our emergency medical services.
Mr. Chair, I got one last thing.
Yes.
With the auto launch, how is the notification process? Are you satisfied with that? With
Oh,
our county?
very satisfied. We've implemented this in other counties. It works very
Okay.
well. Sometimes it speeds up our response time up to 10 minutes faster, which is huge. Because we're
Good.
going at the same time. We don't have to wait for the ambulance to get there to launch us. We're going at the same time. It's implemented by the 911 dispatcher. So when they call the ambulance, if there's a wreck, we're their next call. And they call us and we're going at the same time. In a lot of cases, we make it to the scene before the ambulance does.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
Good.
impressive. It really works. That's just utilizes to the best that we can.
Sounds good. Thank you for your time. Thank
Hey,
you.
thank y'all for having us.
And thank you for your patience.
Hold on.
Yes.
We got one more.
You know, I think y'all been out in our airport, and we have a wonderful helicopter hangar.
We've been talking to Steve about that.
I know you have, trust me.
We've been in a few meetings with him, and he's been good to us. We're trying to get the numbers to work.
Well,
honestly.
If with the blessing of the commission, if you don't mind, I'd like to set up a meeting with you guys. One of our board members, hospital board members, and she, Miss Willis, because she knows the clinical side of things.
Yep.
And along with the airport manager, and let's have a talk.
Yes, we've actually had one already before with the hospital administration, with the airport manager, and with Mr. Osteen, the director of EMS, and we would love to involve y'all as well.
Well, let's get in the weeds. Let's have a chat.
Yes.
All right.
We love your county.
All right.
She's an RN.
Well, the great thing about that is, and I don't know your business, but obviously this isn't a Gulf County, Wakulla, Franklin County issue. This is you would love to pull some business from Ascension as well.
Oh,
So
and
we put
already
you in a
have.
lot closer proximity, so,
We
you
have,
know,
a
let's,
we have a
let's,
pending agreement with them as well.
Well,
So
let's-
business is getting really good over in Gulf at that hospital for sure.
well, we're not in the medical profession, but we are in the hangar profession, so.
I know you are. You have a
Let's
beautiful,
have a
you have
chat.
a beautiful airport. Yes.
All right.
He took us for a tour of it about a month ago. In fact, y'all are having a big air show coming up in November, and we'll have our helicopter there. And in fact, he's rolling out the red carpet for us, and he'll have the tent and everything for us.
Make sure
You'll
you
get
don't,
to
make
meet
sure
a-
you don't snatch it back.
Oh, no, everybody stand on a corner when we land, but, we are really looking forward to it. One thing that you'll see with our crews is
Yeah.
the majority of them are local. They're from McCullough, from Leon County. Our pilots are local. In fact, our lead pilot was an FWC officer in Franklin County. So, yeah, this is a local group of people. I live in Tallahassee. This is my playground. I come to Franklin County all the time, so, it's just, you'll see that if you wanna come out and visit and meet some of the crew members.
Yeah, it's close to home for us too.
Yes, very
It's
close.
important for us to be in this area.
Thank y'all for your time today. We really
You have a good
appreciate
day.
it.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Ken Jones, Riparian County Stakeholder Coalition. Thank you for being patient with us.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. My name is Ken Jones. I am a coastal water resource engineer, and I'm the technical coordinator for the Riparian County Stakeholder Coalition, which represents the 6 counties up and down the Apalachicola. I got with me Jim McClellan. He's the chair. And I know you got a lot of questions, but I'll turn it over to Jim, and he'll talk a little bit about RCSC and some of the issues that we're here to talk to you
Okay.
about today.
Yep, go ahead.
As Ken said, I'm Jim McClellan. I grew up in the greater metropolitan Bluntstown area, so well familiar with Apalachicola. I represent Calhoun County, one of the 2 seats from Calhoun County on the board, but I'm also the volunteer chairman. And I say that to let you know that you can fire me, but you can't cut my pay. A couple of things I want to make clear. RCSC is not the river keeper. We work with them. We have some overlapping issues that we work closely with them on. But we work for the county commissions in the 6 counties. Second thing I want to make very clear is, just because I know this has been floating around, we are not recommending opposing navigation in any. We support navigation 100%. We even believe that some dredging is necessary, and that's what we're presenting to you today, is a resolution. The way I would characterize this resolution is to quote your county's namesake by saying, we must indeed all hang together, or we will most assuredly hang separately. They were fighting the British Empire. We're dealing with the Corps of Engineers. I'd argue that one is probably more or as powerful as the other. What we want to make sure of with this resolution is we get a seat at the table to talk to the Corps. We want the Corps to talk to our 6 counties and with Tri-Rivers. What we've been presented so far is a choice between the Corps wanting to come in and do what it's always done, or come in and do nothing. And that's what we're hearing. We can't accept that as our 2 options. This is a tremendous opportunity if we do it right. Navigation opens up opportunities here. It is the only way we're ever going to get the sand out of the river and get the river back to some form of normalcy, as most of us remember it used to be. But we, at the same time, do not want to tell the Corps, you've got unfettered access to 107 river miles, do it however you want to do it, because we well remember spoil being blown into the floodplain, piled up on point bars, and then being washed back into the river or washed out into the sloughs and creeks. Ken and these folks have done a phenomenal job, y'all know, of restoring the sloughs that feed into the river. What we want to see the Corps come in and do is essentially an extension of what Ken and them are doing. we'd like to see it as a restoration effort. And one key thing, if I take a bullet, the sand that they dredge has got to go out of the floodplain. If we want to learn anything in 80 years of this, it is if you don't take the sand out of the floodplain, one way or another, it's going to end up back in the sloughs, back in the creeks, or back in the river. I would ask you to pass this resolution, take a look at it. We're asking the Corps to be accountable for the damage that they've done in the past, Sand Mountain being probably the tribute to things, the way not to do things. We want them to help. And then we want them to minimize the amount of dredging that they do so that we get a manageable amount of sand that can be put to beneficial reuse by the counties or by the state of Florida, however it should work out. But anyway, that's my request of you today. And if you have any questions, I'm not an engineer, but Ken is, so he can answer all the hard ones.
So my only question is, it's more of an engineering question. So none of us on the RCSC knows how much dredging needs to take place for navigation to be possible. So how is that going to be answered by what we're looking at? And I'll say that, I'll preference it by saying this. I was at I think you guys were too, I was at the original listening session that the Corps did about this navigation project. It was hijacked by the Riverkeepers, and I don't have any problem saying that, because they were trying to oppose it in any and all forms. And how do we know what their reports are on what needs to be dredged and how, to what extent, to actually make navigation possible? That's my heartburn with the whole deal.
So a couple things. Making navigation possible is a really broad statement, and so there's a lot that goes into that statement by itself.
But that's what we're after.
The Corps of Engineers, in their present assignment, is specifically to get a permit from the state of Florida to dredge 107 miles at 9 by 100. That is their present authorization, and that is what they're requesting. The study they're doing, they have gone out recently and they have surveyed the entire Apalachicola River, and they are doing a study to see how many cubic yards would be necessary to meet that 9 by 100 foot channel. And I know you've heard things like, you told me earlier, it's only 12 miles. I've heard 30 miles. But basically it would give them access for the whole 107 miles of the system. That's what they're authorized for. And it also fixes the flow level that they would compare that dredging number to at about 16,000 CFS.
Okay.
What we're asking for is that they sit down and look at a broader range of alternatives so that we can look at what you can actually do at different dredging levels and at different water levels. So if I dredge a little bit less, but I put a little bit more water in, I can get the same navigational channel. And so what we have brought to the table, what we're trying to get them to consider, which they are not considering at this point, is what are the various levels? How can we look at this in different ways to meet the standards for inundation of the floodplain, more fresh water to the Apalachicola Bay? How, is dredging going to cause less water to come to the bay because we're confining it inside of a channel? There's a whole series of questions. They're in the process of doing this work right now. They say they will have a draft EIS available in February. So, excuse me. So it's a very, very fast operation, and they are taking limited input from other people. We just want to see the largest possible variables looked at to so that we can look at it from the best perspective from the state of Florida.
All right. Well, so going back in the past, if the past is any indication of the future, we know what it looked like, or we can find out what it looked like, because there's materials we can reference to know what it would look like to have a full channel dredged in the river channel, not only for traffic and navigation, but also for flows that comes down to the Apalachicola. I mean, we are not getting it now, because now everything that's turned out, water goes to the point of least resistance. As the river channel fills up, that's why you're getting, the banks are pushing out further, and there's complaints from some that, you know, fish are getting killed when the water's turned loose. Well, that's part of the story. But the other part is, if the river channel was dredged like it used to be, it would be flowing down. It would not be flowing to the sides. It'd be coming down. You know, so that's realistically where we're at.
Right, but there's some good and bad about that. First of all, if water flows out of the river into the floodplain, it comes back into the river further downstream. And when it does that, it brings nutrients and detritus, and that's what feeds the bay. So water leaving the floodplain, or leaving the main stem of the river, still makes it to the Apalachicola River. As a matter of fact, the floodplain acts as a big reservoir, and so it takes longer for that water to get down there, so that fresh water influx has a longer time to benefit the bay itself. So, you know, that's one thing you got to recognize. And when you dredge, you lower the water level. When you dredge a 9 by 100 foot channel, you lower a water level, and you're absolutely right. It creates a ditch that goes straight to the bay. Yeah. And you lose all that benefit of the storage from the floodplain and all the food and all the nutrients that you get. And on top of that, you block the sloughs with sand, so that even when the water does get up to a certain height, you're not getting any of that action. And that's why we're doing slough restoration projects. You're not getting any of that water back up in there, and that water is critical for blue crabs, oysters, juvenile fish, and things like that. So, but it is a loop system. It doesn't go away. It comes back, and it's there. It's just a couple days later.
Yeah, I will concede, but we'll just agree to disagree. I think the sloughs are filling in because the riverbed is getting shallower. So if everything else fills in the middle, the sloughs are going to get blocked off. That's just a natural reaction. So that's part of the process. I think what was discussed on that call, though, that I was really excited about, was they were looking for representatives from the different states that are involved in the ACF basin, because again, this is not just about the Apalachicola. It's about restoring navigation in the ACF River Basin, is what I understood. But they were talking about getting state sponsors for these different areas to try to address issues that you're bringing up with the way they did with the spoils before, so that would not be recreated. I don't know that this we're looking at today really addresses that, but that's just my take on 105.
Mr. Chairman, let me say, there's a lot of these questions that we have that if we're not sitting at the table, we're not going to get answers to. They got no reason to, they'll be nice, they'll talk to us, they'll tell us a lot of things.
Yes.
What we've seen so far, because we started this conversation at an ACF meeting months ago, we knew dredging was coming down the pike. I personally pulled aside the environmental lead on this project and said, this is a tremendous opportunity, but you really need to work with us and Tri-Rivers, because if you do this wrong, it's going to be a fail. This thing can fail because they offer up something that DEP says, no way, you guys have been here before, you've made a mess. They can offer up something that's not economically sustainable, which Tri-Rivers has pointed out. If they have to do too much dredging, that can make it economically not sustainable. And that's what, in reality, killed it before. The only way we can get their attention and say, sit down with us and let's talk about things like Ken just talked about. there's no need right now, we don't have to solve for exactly how much water it's gonna take versus how much sand has to be removed. We don't have to solve for any of that. But we're not ever gonna get a chance to have that conversation unless they hear us. This resolution is saying, hey, look, you've been here before. We all remember it. You told us in a permit application that you were gonna clean up your mess. You didn't do it. You left us with a mess. If you're gonna come back, you need to talk to these 6 counties, because there's a way we can do this that it becomes a great opportunity for all 6 of our counties, as well as Georgia and Alabama. And there's a way that they can propose it that it's gonna be a fail right out of the gate. And so what we're trying to do is hit that sweet spot in the middle and say, let us help you avoid having this shot down, and let us help you avoid creating a situation that's not going to be economically sustainable.
How often does the RCSC meet as a board?
We meet every 2 weeks on a Zoom call.
Okay.
And we have discussions about this on a regular
Okay.
basis.
Is there ever any agendas sent or forwarded to Franklin County so we can take part in those conversations?
I don't have, well, actually, I send one to Otis every commissioner, and send every.
Mr. Chairman, I didn't have a chance to introduce myself to you, but, during the breaks, but I think it was a while back, we were needing a commissioner to be on the board, and I was the one, and I was supposed to you were supposed to contact me, and I never heard anything, and then Otis said, well, I think he's contacted me. I said, that's fine, but this is the first I'm hearing of all this, and I like, if y'all meet every 2 weeks, like, why are we just now hearing about it now, is my thing.
Let me clarify a couple of things. One is, I took over as chairman about a year and a half ago, and I've spent the interim time trying to get my feet under me. You're welcome to join those bi-weekly meetings. I will tell you, they will science you to death. My intention is, when we get a full board, we still only have about, I think we have 8 out of 12 board members now. The board went a long period of time during the lawsuit where it wasn't able to do much. They did a lot of research and things like that, but we weren't able to talk to Georgia, Alabama. We've got a lot of issues going on now, so my intention is, if we can get a mostly full board, then I want to convene at least quarterly in person, if that's doable. So I'd love to have. I think we've got Michael, and if we can get one other member on here from Franklin County, we'll be set. And that's your decision on who
Just one thing on that. I think I was included in that. It wasn't to circumvent you. I think it was from a partnership standpoint that's how I was attached to it.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying I was circumventing, I'm just saying that
no,
I didn't know, you know, kind of how. And I'm not the type of person to reach out to somebody. If someone's told, reach out to her, then and I'm not gonna call you, cause for one, I don't think I had your number. For two, I mean, but that's not what you're here for today. My concern is you're wanting a resolution that we just literally got however many days ago, and it's the first we've heard about it, is my only thing. That's my thing.
That's in part because Commissioner Jones asked us to come down. We've been in the process of meeting with the other counties. So Gadsden, Liberty, and Calhoun have voted on this. Franklin, Gulf, and Jackson are 2. So I know it was quick, and obviously Mr. Schuler probably is going to want to look at it, and I don't know if he has yet or not, but you know, if you're ready to do something, that's great. If you want us to come back in a month, then we can do that too. So it wasn't meant to try to cram something down your throat, but just to continue to open up the conversation.
And again, we were assured by the Corps, I was personally assured by the Corps that we would be involved in this process. And we were involved in that they put us on a conference call and basically said, here's what we're going to do. And we said, are you going to look at additional flows? They said, no. We said, are you going to consider anything other than a 9-foot deep, 100-foot wide channel? No. And now keep in mind, Tri Rivers, who has much more at stake in this in terms of money I mean, they're pushing this really hard. Tri-Rivers has come in and said, we cannot go back and do it the way we did it before.
Yeah.
And it's not sustainable. And so the reason we're in a hurry, the reason everything seems to be happening very fast is that was all the notice we got was.
Yeah.
And I will say we did request the state to take a larger role in this.
Yeah.
And we spent quite a bit of time having conversations with DEP and FWC, and they basically turned it over to the regulatory people and said, we'll deal with it when we get a regulatory. And our position has been, we have the opportunity, we need to put ourselves in a position now. And going back to the whole idea of having representatives, you know, the Corps is asking for representatives. One of the things that they're gonna be looking for are local sponsors. So every federal project has to have a local sponsor. The 6 counties were all local sponsors previous, and they may actually still, I've asked the question, but they haven't responded. They still may be the local sponsors. That's a point of discussion for the 6 counties, and whether or not you want to be the local sponsors and help with the idea of what would you do with the sand, how could it be used for beneficial use. So kind of the game plan is if we can get the 6 counties to all agree that we'll start working together, we'll pull all 6 counties together, we'll go and help represent the 6 counties. Your representatives will be part of that exercise, and it'll put us at the table, and we can make some decisions about, do we really want to be the local sponsors or not, and what does that mean to Franklin or Calhoun or Jackson County, and how do we deal with it? So that's where we are right now.
Okay.
And how can we make this benefit the counties?
Right.
That's
Right now, the only benefit of the channel, I mean, arguably you can talk about flows and things like that, but the economic benefit is to the state of Alabama. And, you know, it's potential that there's economic benefit, but if the 6 counties pull together, how do we look at economic, environmental, recreational, all the other benefits that could all come together for the 6 counties if we can get the Corps to play ball in a little different fashion than they normally do. So.
Well, that's gonna be a hard road to climb, I can tell you. I have dealt with them personally.
Yeah, yep.
So yeah, it's not always
easier
what
with
you want
6
it to
counties
be.
than one.
Yes, it
Still
is.
hard, but easier.
It is, but I can say, given the amount of navigation we currently have, 0 times 0 is 0.
That's right.
So anything we get's gonna be a benefit. I can't see any way it's not gonna benefit.
Well, with the opening of Jim Woodruff Lock and Dam next year, and then on to Andrews and George, you know, you all have loopers that come through here, and that trip to Eufaula and back is a perfect place for people to come to Apalachicola, fuel up, eat at your restaurants, dock at your marinas, go to Eufaula, come back down, and then head south. So there's and then all the things that happen up in the counties for, you know, all the fishermen and everything like that, you know, all those benefits with a channel. It's, you know, there's a lot of good things that could happen, but we have to be proactive. The Corps is gonna do what the Corps wants to do.
Yeah, yes, sir, and to help, we have to be at the table as well.
Right, that's right.
Yes, yeah. So, commissioners, do y'all want to delay this and pick it up at our next meeting to pass the resolution? What do y'all want to do? I mean, I do think Attorney Schuler probably would like a chance to look at it before we pass a resolution.
And I apologize.
Trust me.
Reagan said trust but verify.
That's right.
But are y'all good with doing that? We can take it up at the next meeting.
Would you need a motion for that, Mr. Chairman, or
No,
just
not to
direction?
take up the next meeting. No.
Okay.
Just put us on the agenda for next meeting.
Yeah, that'd be-
Yeah, we'll put it on the agenda for the next meeting.
And Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Michael, make sure they're top, so they don't have to wait. Thank you for your patience today.
No worries at all.
And just one other thing, I'm gonna put on a different hat, but we did finish the East River restoration project.
Yes.
And just to get a perspective, we're doing 3 projects. 2 of the 3 projects were done by an East Point contractor.
Yep.
So it was about $2.7 million coming in to pay for local people to, to work. We've cleaned East River out. You can run a boat down there now. You couldn't at this low water before. So just a lot of good things have happened with the slough restoration, and we spent a lot of time working, trying to have local folks be the contractors for these projects. And we're looking to do additional projects in the future, so.
Good, that's good to know.
So we've had a very successful run with National Fish and Wildlife Foundation in their first $5 million worth of
That's very good.
grants. So.
I think just for me personally, I'm not speaking for the whole board, I just want to get to a point where we're not divorcing the conversation over the channel of the river from the sloughs. Because to me, it kind of all goes
It's
together.
all together.
It's all part of the system.
It's
So,
absolutely, it is
that's
all together.
that's all. That sums up where I'm coming from. Let me put it that way.
And that's appropriate.
It does. Anyone else? Thank you for your time today. We really appreciate it.
I appreciate it.
All right, Mr. Brown. Before you start on that, Turner, I'll ask you a question.
Yes, sir.
So the way we have it listed on our agenda, we're gonna have a executive session at 1:30. Is that time sensitive or as close as we can after that time?
I'd say that's time certain.
Right,
Yeah.
okay. So we got a lot we need to try to finish in the next 25, 30 minutes then.
I will talk as fast as Alan Pierce ever did.
All right, Mr. Brown, go ahead.
I dare you. All right, Commissioner, so the first thing is that manual check that we need to run is for the 3 ship applicants. It's for that demolition reconstruction applicants that I discussed at the last meeting. I just need permission to run the manual checks as soon as Linda receives the correct paperwork from Tina.
Okay,
So move.
all right,
Public comment.
we do.
Oh, yeah,
We have a motion,
yeah.
we have a motion to approve.
I'll second.
We have a second. Motion by Commissioner Ward, second by Commissioner Amison. Since this was an add-on item on our agenda at the beginning, I would call for public comment. Is anybody attending online?
Anyone attending online would like to comment on this, please indicate by raising your hand. No hands raised, sir.
All right, seeing there's no public comment, is there any more discussion before we vote? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous.
All right, Commissioner, so items 1, 2, and 3 can pretty much be voted on as one. Just pay attention that at the last meeting, we said November 2nd based on an email. That was the original request. Actually, it's November 22nd. I realize it's closer to Thanksgiving, which is closer to hunting, but it's just that one day. They want to do that event, which will close the gun range for that one day. We would advertise ahead of time. East Point Christmas Parade is so that I can get the request to FDOT to close 98 as quickly as possible. And National Friends of the Library is a proclamation. They just wanted some recognition for that. Get the chairman's signature on that. That's the 3 items that you can do on consent.
Okay. Pleasure of the board.
So move.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Ward, second by Commissioner Amison. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? That's unanimous.
Commissioners, item 4 was done on Attorney Schuler's report. Item 5 has already been addressed early in the meeting. Item 6, so the mandatory garbage pickup workshop, which was originally scheduled for yesterday because of P&Z. Well, P&Z didn't have their meeting. They couldn't meet a quorum. Well, that's a whole different story. But anyway, the new date is October 28th unless someone has a scheduling conflict.
I'm good.
So do you need a motion and vote on this date?
Yes, sir.
Time? Okay.
So move.
All right, we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ward,
Second.
second by Commissioner Crew. Commissioners, under discussion, do you ever have conflict with this date?
I'm looking as hard as I can.
You're good, you're good. I'm waiting.
There's, for some reason, it's not on my calendar, but that date rung a bell, but I'll just change whatever it is.
Okay. Might be trick or treat. You never know. Any more discussion before we vote? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous.
Commissioners, Mr. Walker is online waiting in case you have any questions for him, but Mr. Walker, Mr. Boland, they both need an opportunity to speak to you about the whole emergency room contracts. We did get that notification the day after the last meeting, the official notification of Southland closing. So they would like that opportunity to speak with you about that and I believe the insurance, malpractice insurance, and then we bring it back to a vote. It needs to be done before the first of next month, so we'd like to have a special meeting. I'm sorry, I kind of drifted there. Perhaps on the 22nd or 29th, it could be first thing in the morning. We could do it at 9, we could do it at 10, a special meeting just to address that.
Do y'all have any preference, Commissioners?
22nd, I can't do the 20, you said 22nd or when?
29th.
No, I can't do the 29th because I had to take off for the 28th. So 22nd is the only day I have
Okay.
available.
Everybody else good with 22nd?
22nd, we can do it early. That's when I have the partnership that
Yeah.
day, so.
So early, 9 o'clock is better than 10 for you, is what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm gonna circle.
Well,
the-
10 o'clock will be fine. I'm just saying, as long as it ain't after noon.
Yeah,
'Cause-
and it's just that one item we'll be discussing.
Okay.
Well, for now.
All right, so we need a motion to vote for that date, the 22nd,
At 10.
at 10 o'clock.
10.
Is it 10, not 9?
That's what he said.
10's
Yeah.
fine.
9 and 10.
10.
I was saying 10 unless anybody objects to 10
Get my
o'clock and they
quarter
need to
out,
get
we'll
out of here
flip it.
before lunch.
So special meeting about the doctors, that means 10 a.m. Wednesday, October 22nd. I'll make that motion to approve.
I'll second.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ward, second by Commissioner Amison. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous.
Commissioners, attached is a slightly updated meeting and public comment policy. You approved the original one back on June 6th. It was more the chairman doing some tweaking on some of the things that did not apply, or practices we do not follow. So if he has any more comments, he may. I just need board discussion, and this time I made sure there was a signature block and an approval date and effective date.
No, there's nothing I need to add. It really was just cleaning up some of the language. Some of the, where there was an and it should have been an a and that kind of stuff. That and the, Mr. Roll, there does need to be, the section in there that talks about when things are gonna be ordered on the agenda.
Yes. So on the last break, a couple
Yes.
of commissioners, and it's not the first time I've been approached by this. So I will change the order of the meeting. Basically, I will tuck Aaron and Bree, anybody else like that, up in under the department directors. I'll call it department directors and staff, and I'll have a separate entry for myself, a separate entry for Attorney Schuler at the end. We're here for the long haul for the entire meeting, so we can go to the end. That's not a big deal.
So you're gonna be moving the presentations up in the meeting?
Yes, so the presentation will come before Attorney Schuler and myself,
Right.
but after most of your
Staff.
directors either have no action, or like Erin will have a lot of things you guys do on consent, so she's
Right.
not really here for long anymore.
Right.
So, yes, so they will come after that in the
Yeah.
agenda. There'll be a change I put in the policy, as the format of the agenda, Commissioners.
Okay.
And Mr. Chairman, just real quick before I know we're on time constraint, but I did discuss with Michael Morone last week about, I know we've had some concerns with public comments and where they're located in the meeting. I do know that there are people that, they like to hear us discuss things because we can't discuss things unless we're all up here. And I know that there was some concern about, we want to hear what the commissioners say and then publicly comment. How can we publicly comment on things that we don't know how the conversation goes? So I'm throwing that out there. I don't know if that's something we want to look at or consider.
I did bring that up to the chairman, I brought
Okay.
that point, so in there, what he did, and actually, Commissioner, it was always in there, I didn't realize, so basically, the way it is, after a motion and a second, the chairman will then call for public comment, and then if you guys have additional comments after that, then it'll be taken up then.
Okay.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, so there's a place on the agenda for it, but I think what was already written actually, and it's my fault, what we have been following is they should be called up after there's a motion and a second. Because we're not a board that usually reads something off, makes a motion a second, and then sits there and discusses it for 30 minutes. We usually do it the other way around. So by doing it after the motion second's made, it should cure that, that conversation.
I guess we need to approve it?
Yes, please.
So move. As long as that's in there, I'll approve it. Motion to approve.
That's the way it's in there, Commissioner. So we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ward.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Amison. Any discussion? Ms. Barber,
That's,
I've been pretty lenient with you, Ms. Barber, but you're not on the agenda for that. Oh, did you? Okay.
I think she said,
Hold
the
on,
one that,
hold on.
the one that
That's
said
okay.
Mr. Marone's
Hold on.
comment or something like that, she had on it?
I actually have a couple of speaker cards from her.
Yeah.
You have a book up here, Ms.
No,
Yeah.
I'm sorry. You're right, Ms. Barber.
I said
Go
you
ahead.
have a book of speaker
You're correct,
cards.
Ms. Barber.
That's one of the issues.
I had to take a chance, just my little moment to jab at you.
That's
there.
all right, Otis. We'll get back together another time and place. Barbara Sanders specifically asked to speak on item number 8. I'm glad you're correcting the problem of no date, no signature, because that made this this policy difficult to locate for the public. So thank you. I don't know if you have a policy book, but if this is your only policy, you need to start a policy book because it's different from your ordinances, or you need to incorporate it in your ordinances so that somebody that drives down here who doesn't live in Franklin County but wants to be heard isn't caught short by having a policy they can't put their hands on and figure out what your rules are. Rules, you get them out there so people will be on notice about them. So let's have a policy book set up. Number 25 or whatever I'm on.
Did you get that, Michael? Okay.
Yeah, because you can't find it. I mean, I've been told this is a policy, but I can't locate it anywhere. Well, I can
2023.
because I have to ask your staff to send it to me. It does not say that the public is not allowed to be heard on commissioners' comments. That's item G. If that's what your staff is going to enforce, then you need to have that in here. Add-ons are supposed to be emergency to your agenda, otherwise your agenda doesn't provide notice. And finally, well, not finally, I wasn't sure what we changed. You said just things about ands and whatnot.
Yes, ma'am.
So that's fine, but if you're gonna change something substantive, I'd like to have it highlighted so I don't know what I'm looking for.
Well, that and the order of the agenda is laid out.
Okay,
Yes,
all
ma'am.
right.
Those
all
are
right.
the biggest things.
And I want to point this out today as an example. I asked to be heard on commissioners' comments, and I had to put that to my book, add it to my book later. I'm fixing to get on Facebook, so I know you'll listen to me, Otis, because I know you don't listen to me when I'm standing here. He said, oh, you have to fill that form out before the meeting starts. Well, read your policy and point that out to me because it's not in there. And if I need to change my doctor's appointments and get here at 9 sharp so I can fill out my speaker cards, please let me know in writing.
Commissioners, I have in my hand the old speaker card that everybody has filled out time and time again. It starts off first complete a speaker card. This card must be submitted to the County Commission Administrative Office prior, which is in bold, to the start of the meeting in order for you to speak during the meeting. This is a speaker card we've been using for years.
That's the speaker card, which you made up and is not in the board policy. And that's what I'm saying. Read the board policy. It doesn't say anything about that.
I would tell you that it is, but we, again, we're
And you
pressed for time,
can't
so-
have these unwritten rules and policies. If you want to put it in your policy to say, Barb, get here at 9 o'clock, otherwise we ain't going to listen to you, then put it in your policy and don't let your
It's,
staff come
Ms.
up
Barbara,
with it.
sorry to interrupt. Under E, public comments.
Yes,
Did
ma'am.
you read that?
I did.
Excerpt? It says, "The board by motion and vote may
I'm
address
sorry,
placing
hold
an item."
on, let me check. E, under which, I'm sorry.
It's under public comments, E, letter E.
E,
Okay,
okay.
it says, "Citizens are required to complete a speaker's card and deliver it to the county coordinator prior to the commencement of the meeting. The chair reserves the right to adjust the 5-minute time limit.
Okay? All right, so then, to speak to this board, if you bring up something new, right, that's not on your agenda, how does the public address you about that?
We were gonna call for public comments. You didn't give us that chance to do that. I've done it with every other item we added this morning. We've called for public comment before we've taken action.
That's in the policy too.
I know, but I can't fill out a speaker card at the beginning of the meeting.
No, ma'am, you don't have to fill out a speaker card for something of that nature.
Then that needs to go in your
I called for
policy.
public comment.
It's not in your policy
time
that
we've done
if we
that.
bring up something new and you didn't get here at 9 o'clock to fill out your speaker card, then you have to.
Look for under late ads for me.
I'm looking at scheduled public hearings under F. I think it addresses that too, but, which one are you?
I think there's one that says late
I
ads,
think,
late items or
Mr.
something.
Chairman, Ms. Barber, you're missing the point. You don't have to fill out a speaker card.
Right.
If it's something new and we ask for, or the chairman asks for public comment. So you don't have to have a speaker card. So that's,
That's what he calls public comment for
Right.
late ads at the beginning of the meeting.
I will do that, fill out my speaker card for the future, no matter what. Now, one other thing. You changed your meetings to Wednesdays so that your staff would have plenty of time to get their reports online. You say 4 days before the meeting. Does that mean Saturday is the deadline for staff or Friday? I would recommend you give a day, because I go online looking for it on Friday and I see no reports. And I have to keep checking Monday and Tuesday to get the reports online.
I will say, Ms. Barbara, Mr. Chairman, I did talk to Mr. Morone about that before the meeting.
I appreciate it very much.
Yes. Oh, I thought you said something.
No, I'll talk to the commissioner.
Well,
No, so.
all right, so any other discussion before we vote? We did have a motion and second, correct?
Yes, I
Yes.
believe so.
Okay. Seeing no other discussion, all in favor? Any opposed? That's unanimous.
Hey, Commissioners, okay, item number 9, Commissioner Ward asked at the last meeting that we add a discussion item. I also added action so I can get some directions on the status of the rehearing for the PUD, an RV ordinance and a lot fill ordinance. I discussed this with Bree, and so she would like, because of her workload, Commissioners, that we do one at a time and then we move. Rather than trying to schedule 3 public hearings, we're heading in 3 different directions. I believe the most important one on this is the PUD rehearing. We need to, because the board said you were gonna do it. We stopped it to get to the town hall. They basically stated on the town hall they're not interested in any kind of special zonings for St. George Island. At least that's what was said at the podium on more than one occasion. So I think we need to go ahead with the PUD rehearing. And after that, you guys could decide whether RV or lot fill is most important. That you can take some input from Mr. Reese Chester when he's doing zoning.
Chester Reese.
Chester Reese? I said Reese Chester, didn't I?
Yeah.
Oh, from Chester, you know, as he does your RV code enforcement, he will be able to tell you which ones he's responding to more, give you some input on that, responding to lot fill. I have not heard them complain about lot fill outside of St. George Island for the most part, but then there's also the RV, that's countywide. We get complaints about that everywhere. That'll be up to the board's discretion. But I just need to know which one is next. Again, I recommend the PUD. And if that is the case, that's the motion, I would ask that in your motion, you allow Attorney Schuler to get with Alora to see when she's free, so we can get some dates from her, so you guys could then set up that PUD. I keep saying rehearing, that might be the wrong term, but as soon as possible, we can get that done.
Well, that's been workshopped already, right? The PUDs, so, I
Yes.
mean, I'm okay with having the PUDs addressed first, since
Okay.
that's a hot topic. I don't
Cool.
know how the rest of the board feels, but.
That's fine. I do have someone wanting to publicly comment on this though, as well. Just
Yes.
so
Oh, yes,
you know.
let me unmute Allison, yes, sir. Okay, there she is. She's
Thank you,
unmuted.
Commissioner.
I'm sorry, Allison.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioners. I reserved my right to make a public comment, and it was just simply that I would ask for the second PUD hearing to go forward, and it sounds like that's the direction we're headed, so I won't waste your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so what's the pleasure of the board? How do y'all want to go about it? You want to just specify a PUD now and then handle the RV and lot fill later? Or you want to try to go ahead and set an order?
I would say do the PUD like Jessica said, and then do the RV, and then do the lot fill. That's how I would do it.
Okay.
Because we're not hearing too much on the lot fill stuff on the mainland here. There was a problem there, but I think we did that on the pre-gradable. Anyway, we got that taken care of on that part.
Can we just make a motion on the PUD part and then get with our county staff to see what they're getting complaints with and then decide
Afterwards?
on the other two?
That works too.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's what I would like to do if that's okay.
with me.
I'll make a motion to go ahead and proceed with the public hearing related to the PUD.
Okay.
Second.
And give Attorney Schuler allowance to reach out
Yes,
to Laura.
Laura,
to set-
yeah.
That's sort of
Yeah.
Yes,
okay, you don't need to amend your motion for that.
yes,
Okay.
yeah, because it's got to be done based on her schedule.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, so we do have a motion to approve that action from Ms. Ward and the second from Commissioner Crew. Go ahead, Ms. Barbara.
Thank you. Barbara Sanders, speaker card on agenda item number 9, and I wanted to emphasize what Ms. Ward already said. We've already workshopped the fill and the RV. Go back and look at your notices. Get your staff to bring what you've already spent money on workshopping and hours of your time and citizen time and staff time. What I thought Ms. Ward wanted to do was get the cans stopped and start setting them. So start with PUDs, good start. But let's boom, boom. We don't need more workshops. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I'm just gonna, we don't want workshops, but we want workshops. It's like, we get complaints because we don't get the public involved and have their input. And then we have, anyway. Fact of the matter is, they have been workshopped, correct? That's been workshopped however many years ago. I know the RV ordinance has been years ago. Staff has changed. We have a new county planner. You know, there are things that change. I feel like with things that we're addressing that are that big in nature, needs to have public input, even though they've been workshopped. I know the PUD workshop's fairly recent, but these others are not. So
for me, I like the workshops. I like having that draft ordinance, like your nuisance abatement. If we'd had that in advance and gotten all the mowing, it would have given your staff, your attorney, direction. I'm not saying don't workshop. I'm saying don't use workshopping as an excuse to not get things done. And that we've been here on these ordinances for years now and nothing's being done. So I thought what y'all wanted to do was say, let's get it done. If you and your policy decide that it needs to be workshopped again, you need to be heard again, or you want to read the ordinance again because it's been so long, and tell your staff, let's go with this published ordinance, I'm good with that. So don't take my comment to mean don't workshop. Take my comment to say, let's get some action. Thank you.
We'll just call it a freshen up.
Yeah. Any more discussion before we vote?
Well, I just want to say right here,
Yep,
it says,
you can.
excuse me for just a minute. Well,
Go ahead.
I just wanted to say that we're doing exactly what our planner asked us to do right here. I mean, she's saying that she felt like we need to address the workshops and then go to the public hearings. I mean,
Yep.
that's what she's saying right
Yes, sir.
Al Stone, St. George Island. I've tried to be silent all day. Thank y'all for what you do. And attorney behind me, attorney in front of me, and an attorney to my right. I simply quote, "We the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility," which is not what's happening in our community, "providing for a common defense, promoting the general welfare," which, though y'all may be kicking the ball down the road, as some have said, or delaying tactics, you're doing your job. You're protecting the people of Franklin County, and thank you for doing it. You're promoting the general welfare and securing the blessing and liberty of ourselves and our prosperity. We do ordain and establish this in the Constitution of the United States. The most important thing that we do here every day when we meet is we protect that Constitution. And thank you for doing that. Thank you for living up to that.
All right. Anything else from you, sir?
Do we vote? I'm sorry?
Yeah, we voted. I thought we did, didn't we?
No.
I don't think we voted.
I don't think
You
so,
had a
sir.
first and
Oh.
a second, a motion and
I
a
think you
second.
took public comment before you voted.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. Okay. All right, any other discussion from the commissioners before we vote?
On what?
On what we're voting on with this, going forward with the PUD.
On the going with the
I'm sorry,
PUD.
but I'm confused.
No, so we're at the PUD, scheduling the hearing for the
Right.
PUD. That's what we need a vote on. That,
Okay.
just that.
Just that. Any other discussion before we do vote? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous.
Like, that's it for me, action-wise, Commissioner.
Okay. All right. Anything else for Mr. Morone, or y'all good? We're going to Attorney Schuler.
He can do it real fast.
We've already done half of his report anyway. Go ahead, sir.
Mr. Chairman, with the board's permission, I have two action items that we've already pretty much talked about. The first one, which was posting notices for code enforcement.
Yes.
We spent already a lot of time talking about that. So I'll just ask the board to adopt my recommendation and approve the posting of notices for code enforcement violations after the certified mail has been sent but not signed as returned within 30 days in lieu of and instead of publishing in the newspaper once a week
Yes.
for 4 consecutive weeks.
Okay.
So moved.
All right, we have a motion to approve that recommendation by Commissioner Amison. Second by Commissioner Croom. Any discussion, Commissioners? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous.
The second action item deals with the Barnacle parking enforcement contract. As you know, that was adopted by the board approximately 1 year ago this January. It's come to my attention recently that Barnacle parking enforcement device has not been used because of insufficient Wi-Fi service. That's my non-technical, I'm sure there's a technical phrase for it. So my question is, for this 1 year contract that comes up for renewal potentially at the end of January, do you want me to go ahead and send notice of intent not to renew that Barnacle parking contract? Or how does the board want to proceed? Because right now, we got a 1 year contract and we're not using that service because there's a technical deficiency that's outside the control of the county.
Okay, so we do have a public comment on this as well. It's filled out.
You got a commissioner comment too.
Yeah.
We'll get to them, don't worry. Go ahead, let's, Ms. Nandamini.
Maybe they didn't make it back in time. If you,
I don't know.
Nanda, if you're on there, would you raise your hand? I don't see.
I don't see her on there.
Yeah,
They were
neither do
here
I.
earlier, so I don't know, I guess they got
Well, they
voted
left
out.
to go back home, then they were gonna jump on Zoom
Oh,
for this,
okay,
but
gotcha.
yeah,
She hadn't got back home by
Okay.
now.
that's what
So
it is.
what's your question?
That's
Okay.
exactly what it did.
Yeah.
You mean to tell me we didn't know that this was not gonna work before we?
That's my question, like, this is
I
like.
I mean, I'm not trying to make light of this, I'm being very serious here, I mean, that,
That's, don't make any sense. I was thinking the same thing. I'm like, this is so dumb. Why, we went through how much with this stuff? And then we was all gung ho about getting it, and we got it, and we realized that it ain't even work. We didn't even use any of it,
That's why I think we
period.
should share it.
I mean, I'm
What
not,
being told.
and that's not even a reflection on the sheriff's department, that's a reflection on
Representative of the sheriff.
the service that's being provided, that's the product that we bought. You mean to tell me that we didn't know this was not compatible? I mean,
I certainly wasn't aware of it, or I would have told you about it, just like I'm doing
I'm with
now.
you, Commissioner Emerson. I
Yeah.
think it's on them. They should have gone down there, test the
their
Wi-Fi,
product.
and say.
I agree.
It, you know, that Wi-Fi was not enough or sustainable, whatever they were needed before they sold us the product. I just.
have they used this on the island, do we know? Because.
It's only been on Alligator Point the whole time.
Yeah.
And we've not issued a single citation.
Because people have places to work out there.
Well, they've had some they tried to do,
Yeah.
they wound up, anyway, no citations have been issued.
Okay.
Everybody
So-
thought it was connected, it was just sitting there.
Mr.
well,
Chair-
go ahead, I'm sorry.
Mr. Chairman, I mean, what I was told from Sheriff Office Representative, that there's no service out there, and now they feel that it's useless and pointless for us, which I do too, keep paying this money, for this contract.
Yeah.
So what they're gonna do is they will revert to what they've been doing is, the enforcement, they said that's working now, and they'll seek alternative, methods.
Okay.
That's the finding.
So my
Other than that.
next question, Mr. Chairman, is this was like a uniform, thing that we did for not only Alligator Point, but for St. George Island too. If we vote to not renew this contract, they're not gonna be able to use it in St. George Island.
They've never put it on St. George Island
Okay,
yet.
I just wanna make sure that we're not.
I've asked the sheriff's department about that, and they've
Okay.
only had it on Alligator Point this whole time.
And they never had used it.
Okay, cause they didn't have any service, they probably.
No, didn't have,
Okay.
we didn't know. we
I just
didn't know
didn't
what
wanna-
it was.
And that-
Well, they had it at the fire department there for a while, and then they come back to us and told us at one of the after meetings, I happened to be down there, they said they were moving it to the telephone pole across from the fire department, which was part of the KOA. Well, it had a light, it had a telephone pole with a wire. Well, you know.
So if we
So
say
it never
hypothetically.
was used, though.
Hypothetically, not renew the contract, it's not gonna affect you in your district, Chairman Jones?
It hasn't, because they haven't used it in my
Okay,
district
all right.
yet.
Well, let me be clear what you're asking. I think the contract just eliminates it use for anywhere in the county.
That's what I'm
That's her
at.
question.
Yeah,
So,
that's what I'm
now that they
asking.
haven't used it there, sir, what she's saying, if we cancel this contract, that means they can't use it in Franklin County at all.
Well, I was trying to be nice.
I know.
So they went a whole year without it working. At what point did they not just move it to the island?
Yes.
I was trying to be nice and not bring
I
that
know.
up.
Well, but you got a good point.
I-
I thought they were supposed to move it, use it everywhere.
It's the sheriff's
Yeah,
department.
I think the chairman had asked to, once they started it there, to get it, to move it over to St.
Yeah.
George Island also. I think he
Yeah.
said it on a number of occasions, they just never did. Now, I believe, I might be totally wrong here, I believe it was sent to this board that it was tested on Alligator Point, and it worked. I believe. I have to go back and look at the recording if needed, but anyway, we are where we are.
Look at that, if you would.
Huh?
Could you go back and
I'll look-
research that, please?
I'd be, at some point, somebody.
So I would ask the board today, since we have until the end of the year to let's table this item as far as canceling the contract. But we definitely need some questions answered before we
Moving
extend this contract. I can assure you that.
I'll make that
How do I
motion.
write this up? I said to serve notice of termination of the one-year contract. I would revise that to send them a notice now of intent not to renew, and that will, I think, get them to be responsive to the county and whatever issues that you may have. Because it is a one-year remember they originally wanted a 3-year contract?
Yes.
And after much negotiation and a little bit of heartburn on everyone's part, it was agreed to do a 1-year trial contract.
Yes.
So I'm just suggesting to the board, after hearing your discussion, maybe send them notice of intent not to renew.
Yeah.
And then the board can always, if you choose to, circle back and, extend the current contract or renegotiate a new contract with them. You can always do that. But it is a board policy, but if you want to table it, Mr. Chairman, that's what we'll do.
I'll amend that motion
Okay.
to include what Attorney Schuler said.
Okay.
So what's the motion again, sir?
Motion, go ahead.
The motion was to send them something to terminate, but he's saying he's amending the motion to send them a letter basically saying we don't have we're talking about potentially not renewing. Not that we're terminating, but that we're talking about not renewing. Is that correct, Attorney Schuler?
Yes, sir, just a
What I
notice of
understood.
intent not to renew.
Right.
That means that unless the parties come to a new agreement, this will terminate after the 1-year period and we'll be out of the contract.
Yeah.
Yeah, what do we do about the person that wanted to speak on it? Since,
Well, if they're not here to
Yeah,
speak.
there's nothing
They're
I
not
could,
here
yeah,
to
I could
speak.
do
She
about
didn't write
that.
down anything on what it
No,
was about.
she did
Yeah.
not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did go to that.
What I could do is get her comments maybe by email and circulate it to the
Yeah.
board and put it as part of the meeting file.
Yeah, I don't have no issue with
I don't
that.
know.
So you made the motion originally. Did we have a second originally?
No, but
I
I'll,
don't remember hearing
Okay.
this.
I'll second.
Okay, so we don't have to worry about amending the second, but the first has been amended. Under additional discussion before we vote. I could be wrong. How did this get on the agenda today to be talked about?
How did it come to my attention?
Yep.
It was brought to my attention from the clerk's office.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know. Doesn't matter, I just wanted it to be known, because Yeah, it's hard to, anyway, there's a lot of questions that come to my mind, I'll leave them alone. Any other discussion before we vote? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That's a 5-0 vote.
Final issue, I'm circling back to the visitor center contracts. It was brought to my attention, and it is my oversight, I'm responsible. We need to amend the board's approval to add the signature for the Carabel Chamber, which operates the Carabel Visitor Center. That was an oversight on my part, so it's just a motion to amend the first addendum to include the Carabel Chamber as the operator of the visitor center in Carabel.
All right, so a motion to approve by
Second.
Commissioner Sanders, second by Commissioner Ward. Any additional discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That is unanimous, 5-0.
All right, Commissioners, that concludes my report.
All right. And that includes everything on our agenda other than commissioner comments. But before we do that, Ms. Sanders, do you have something you want to say? Well, going by what you turned in.
Commissioner comments?
Yes, okay. Any commissioner comments?
I do.
All right.
I want to bring up something that's real important to me. I've been going to these 3 meetings with the final rule on the oyster stuff. I'm very, very concerned, y'all, very concerned. And what my concern is yesterday I went to Bronson down there where they had it for they got the statewide rules also. Now, our people here, the oystermen, are very concerned about the limited amount of recreational oysters that they can have, the one bag per season. And they're concerned about that. I mean, I'm just telling you that's what I'm hearing. Okay, but what came up yesterday was the culling requirement, to clarify that. I asked for the final, and this is the important part, I asked if the final rule has been put out, and they said no. In the last meeting I went to over here, on the 7th, I think it was, they said no, it would not be available until the commission in November. Okay, so yesterday when we went down to Bronson, they were having it with some of the Big Bend people because you have got statewide rules in this. And what happened then was Jason Shove sent his staff aide, Amy Hersey, down there. So she asked the question, when was the final rule going to be available to the public also? And they said when the commission saw it, it would be available. And then it came up talks from the people down there. They're concerned about and this is about the clarification of culling requirements and adjust the tolerance. And in here it has the attached 33 oysters per bag instead of the percentage like we talked about for all that time. Okay, one of the first things is prohibit possession of unculled oysters. Well, attached oysters is basically, I mean, it's bad.
That's a judgment call.
Well, what it is though, you can't really see on there because now when I got to talk about it, I just told them that I was concerned with how much stuff is coming off of it. Because there was a lady there yesterday from the Big Bend, and one of the officers had gotten her, and she brought the oyster in there. And this is going to affect Apalachicola Bay as far as anybody else. She brought the oyster in there, and she says, when does spat become an oyster? You see what I'm saying? Because she had 5 little oysters on there, she said, and they gave her a $1,300 fine and 30 days in jail.
That's being ridiculous.
That's what I'm saying, and this is what we're talking about. We're concerned. So I asked, when was it? I said, you said just a while ago that the final rule is not like they did the other day, was not going to be there until the commissioner sees it. I said, is that what you said? I said, no, you said the final rule's not going to be until the commission's meet? No, ma'am. Now listen, this is what's going to happen. The final rule is coming out tomorrow on the Administrative Weekly. That's the Department of State Administrative Weekly. The rule is on there, but it's just like this. You can't see what it actually is. It has the rule numbers, but it doesn't have exactly what it's saying. And I'm telling you, if we don't get something done about this, what I would like to do is get Mr. Schuler, if you all don't mind, I would like to get Mr. Schuler to look at the copy of Administrative Weekly, and I'll hand you this, and you go through it. And we don't want to close down not opening up the bay, but we want to make sure that we don't send our people out there ready to fail before they even get started. You see what I'm saying? I'm concerned. I've lost some sleep over this, because if it's not just done the right way, it's like I told you yesterday, we're using Kentucky Blue. You don't know how hard it's going to be to be able to cull the oyster off of it. They admitted it. Erica admitted it yesterday. They don't know. So I'm asked, I would even ask, I mean, this was one of my things, usually FWC in a first year implementation, they usually just kind of like, warn everybody and but this is a big thing. This is a big thing. But what I would ask is if we could direct Mr. Schuler to look at Administrative Weekly and look at what I'm trying to talk about, and let him get with me and see what the concerns is, because it may be something that this board may have to intervene on behalf of our people here, to make sure that we're not, I know I'm kind of sketchy, but to make sure that, they're gonna be having a fair shake on the thing. I don't want none of the people to lose their ability to be able to oyster that bay when they haven't been able to oyster for 5 years.
5.5.
5.5.
That sometimes.
So it's really bothered me, because that woman right there, you could tell she didn't have the money to spend on that. And they were trying to, I'll talk to you after the meeting about it. She said, we need to talk about it here. And so they got to talking about it and come to find, I said, I see it as an interpretation problem, because one officer may be out there and they may interpret the rule, not the law, the rule as being this, but the other officer may be interpreting it this way. So we need to get something straight, and I want it straight before we go to FWC. But I want to see if you can break down what the rulings say, because I'm not getting it when I read it.
Okay. Well, we meet again before their meeting, right?
Yeah, we meet on the 4th, and their meeting's on the 5th.
Yeah, you meet the day before.
Tuesday.
Sure enough.
Yeah, and if we have to, we can call a special meeting.
The only opportunity is if we're scheduling a special meeting on the 22nd already, if we add that to the, before I advertise it.
If y'all don't mind, I can't do no motions and stuff in my commissioner's comments. I can only do a direction. So.
I heard.
You know what your direction is? And it's about that long, Bob.
Sure.
Right there, but it really worries me. And you know what they said to us? They said to me, they said, would you please tell your oystermen that back there that we're behind them? That's what they said. We're behind them. They have 50 miles of oyster reefs down there. From all the way from Taylor County all the way down to past, Crystal River down there. But it just worries me. And the question was asked to Erica last night, could you leave this part of the rule off? And she said she thought it could be done. Well, it needs to be looked at. But anyway.
If you don't mind, after the meeting, show me what you're talking about, please.
Okay.
So that way I can take it to the partnership.
Okay. It's right here. I'll show it to you.
Mr. Chairman, just real quick too, and I know we got a time sensitive thing here. Halloween trick-or-treating. I've gotten contacted, I know other commissioners have gotten contacted. I know that we really have nothing to do with that. If people wanna trick-or-treat on Thursday night, they can trick-or-treat on Thursday night, right?
I mean, there's no group or no law or no rule against it.
Okay.
It's just that there's two cities, from as far as I know, for years have always encouraged what night, to go out and trick or treat.
And then from one of the city commissioners, from Apalachicola said it's not like sanctioned in the city, so it's like they can still pick and choose what night they wanna go.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
it's not like this is when we're having it.
Usually it's like a city recommendation, because you remember one time the city did it down there by Waterfront
Yeah,
Park, and
yeah.
so that's, but otherwise of that,
Okay.
yeah.
I think that's what's gonna happen though.
It's when the public gets, the problem is a lot of people in the public go based on what the city says, so they'll be at home with their lights and the costumes and the candy and stuff. You go the night before that the city has not kind of given, some notice about, you might not meet anybody with candy or anything like that, if you follow what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So, yeah, the city really needs to put a little message out there, hey, guys, we prefer everybody to do it on Thursday night.
Okay.
And then they say the traffic to watch out for the kids, blah, 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 that whole message.
Gotcha, thanks.
Yes, ma'am.
That's it.
I've got one more item, Mr. Chairman, if you don't mind.
Yep.
Can we get some clarification on what we passed at the very beginning of the meeting when Bree was here on the wetland stuff and all that? I need some clarification because I was underneath the impression that we were gonna go through and do the amendment, the amendment
We
of
made
the
two
wetland.
motions.
Huh?
There were two motions.
There was two motions, that the amendment of the wetland.
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh. And I asked her, I said, now, that's gonna take a while, right? She said, yeah, about 6 months. Is that not right?
Yep.
She said.
Mhm. Yep.
That's what I thought we
No,
voted
no,
on.
okay, let me.
But it's still to come, it's still come.
Commissioner Sanders is, let me explain to y'all, Commissioner, if you don't mind. So, I don't think Commissioner Sanders is thinking when Bree first brought up about using the policy that was followed by the previous administration.
Right.
Okay, the one where Bree said, well, the previous administration followed it because at one point the state, our comp plan references the state statute. The statute changed at some point, but they continued to enforce it the way it was prior to the statute changing. From what I understand, the motion that you passed was to allow Bree to go back temporarily and follow what was being done then. Prior to the change of the statute, the same statute that's referenced in our comp plan. That was the first motion. Then after that, you made a motion about Bree then looking at the comp plan change, overall one, but starting with isolated wetlands. So there was two different motions. So basically, I'm understanding that staff now has the ability to look at there were some applications, I will say, in the hopper that were waiting for the board to decide if we're going to go with the old process or the process that the comp plan actually reflects now by pointing back to that state statute. Hopefully, I'm not confusing more and I'm clarifying what was done. Because Commissioner Ward is looking at me like, what are you talking about, Marone? So,
I think,
so I think there are two,
Uh-huh.
I actually have.
We'll talk about, I guess,
I actually have three motions, to be honest with you guys. So Bree's initial request was to go ahead and apply the policy that was followed by the previous administration, and I guess it's zero wetlands.
Isolated.
Zero setbacks from isolated wetlands. That's what was followed for years. Isn't that what the board passed this morning? That was the first. So yes, Commissioner Sanders, that was the first motion that passed.
Yep.
The
second motion was about the comp plan amendment.
That's right, and specified that you instructed her to deal with isolated wetlands first.
Yep.
But that was the second motion.
There was only two.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I made the first motion,
And I made the
and
second.
you made the second one on the comp plan.
that's the only issue with doing stuff like, late ads. That's why, I know we have to have late ads, but that's one bad thing about late ads is because we don't have the opportunity to really look at it or think about it or call staff about it. So
Yeah.
I know we're sometimes it's time sensitive, but I don't like to be deer in headlights look either. Just FYI for future.
So that's, Commissioner Sanders, that's
I'm
what
not saying that's anybody's fault. I'm just saying.
I apologize, Commissioner Ward. I just wanted to to relay to Commissioner Sanders what I understood happened this morning. And if there's, anybody disagrees, let me know.
I'll talk to you about it more after.
Okay.
I think we gotta move on today.
All right. Any other commissioner comments? General Schuler, what I'm needing to follow, is that for recessing the meeting first?
Let's adjourn this meeting.
Okay, that's what I'm asking.
We'll reopen a new public meeting when we convene. And Mr. Theriak and I have been using smoke signals and hand signals. Let's reconvene at 2 o'clock.
Okay.
So this recording.
Because y'all been going at it now for an hour and 40 minutes without a break.
Okay, all right. So, meeting adjourned, or recessed.